Rain was hitting the windshield so hard, I could barely see the road anymore. The wipers moved like they were tired too, slow, weak, useless against the storm swallowing everything ahead. My phone had died an hour ago. No signal since the last town. And the gaslight had been blinking for what felt like forever now. That's when I saw it. A shape through the rain. Tall, wide, standing alone where there should have been nothing. I slowed the car. Then I saw the sign. Black Hollow Hotel. Half of the letters were missing. The rest flickered like they were still trying to remember how to glow. I should have kept driving. That thought came instantly. Clear, strong, almost like it wasn't mine. But the road behind me was already fading into darkness, and ahead there was nothing else. Just forest. Just rain. Just this place. So I turned in. The tires rolled over broken gravel, crunching like bones under pressure. The hotel grew larger as I approached, but not in a welcoming way. More like it was leaning toward me, watching me decide. The building was old, not just abandoned old, but forgotten old, like even time had stopped bothering with it. Windows were dark, most of them broken. But the front door was open. Not wide open, just slightly. Like someone had left it expecting me. I sat in the car for a few seconds, engine still running. The rain made everything feel underwater, silent except for the heavy pounding above me. I remember thinking, this is stupid, turn around. But I didn't, because something inside me was already tired. Not just from driving, from everything. So I grabbed my bag and stepped out. The air hit me cold and wet immediately, like the storm had been waiting just for that moment. My shoes sank slightly into old gravel mixed with mud. Each step toward the entrance felt heavier than the last. And then I noticed something strange. No wind touched the hotel. The rain fell everywhere else, but not directly in front of the entrance. It was like an invisible line protected it, or trapped it. I stepped through the doorway. Instant silence. Not normal silence. The kind that feels like sound has been removed from the world, not just paused. Inside, the lobby was dimly lit. Not fully dark. Not fully alive either. Old chandeliers hung from the ceiling, swaying slightly even though there was no wind inside. The furniture was covered in white sheets that looked too clean for something abandoned. And behind the counter, a light was on. Soft yellow, steady. My chest tightened without reason. I walked forward slowly, my footsteps too loud on the marble floor. "Hello," I called out. My voice didn't echo. It just disappeared, like the building swallowed it. I reached the front desk. A bell sat on it. Old-fashioned, metal, shiny in a way that didn't match anything else in the room. I hesitated. Then I rang it. Ding. The sound felt wrong, too sharp, too close. And immediately, a drawer behind the counter slid open. Slowly. No sound of footsteps. No greeting. Just that drawer. Inside was a thick old guest book, already open, and a pen resting beside it, like it had been waiting for me to arrive. I frowned. My first instinct should have been panic, but instead I felt something worse. Recognition, like I had done this before. I leaned over the counter and looked at the page. Names were written in neat handwriting. Dozens of them. Some faded, some fresh. The last entry was only minutes old. My eyes locked on it. Because it wasn't empty, there was a line already started, and my name was written halfway. Not fully complete, just waiting. My throat went dry. I stepped back immediately. "No," I whispered. The word didn't feel like it belonged in the room. Behind me, something creaked. I turned. Nothing there. Just the lobby stretching deeper into darkness. But now I noticed something I hadn't before. There were footsteps in the dust. Fresh ones, leading from the entrance, straight to the counter. My steps. But I hadn't moved. At least, I didn't remember moving. I turned back to the desk. The pen had shifted, slightly closer to the unfinished name. My hands shook as I touched the counter. Cold. Too cold. Like the building had been frozen for years, but was pretending otherwise. Is anyone here? I asked again. Still no echo. But this time, a soft sound came from upstairs. A chair dragging. Slow. Deliberate. Then another sound. A page turning. I froze. My mind tried to explain it. Old building, wind, settling wood. But the guest book on the counter turned a page on its own. Slowly, like it was bored of waiting for me to accept it. I backed away again. My bag slipped slightly off my shoulder. That's when I noticed something worse. The front door behind me wasn't open anymore. It was closed. I hadn't heard it shut. I hadn't seen it move. But it was closed, and the rain outside was gone. No sound. No light. Just blackness through the glass. I rushed forward, grabbed the handle, and pulled. It didn't move. I pulled harder. Nothing. The metal felt warm now, like it had been held. From the other side, my breathing got louder. Too loud. I turned around slowly. The lobby felt closer, like the walls had shifted forward when I wasn't looking. The desk bell rang again. Once, by itself. And that's when I saw it. The guest book was no longer on the counter. It was in my hands. I didn't remember picking it up. My fingers were already holding it like I belonged to it. And now the unfinished name was almost complete. One letter left. I dropped it immediately. It hit the floor with a soft thud. But instead of staying there, it slid back under the counter, like something invisible had reached out and pulled it back. From somewhere beneath the desk, a drawer closed slowly. Click. The sound felt final, like a lock sealing itself. Upstairs, the chair stopped moving. Everything became still again. Too still. Then a voice came. Not loud. Not close. Just present. You're late. I stepped back instinctively. The voice wasn't coming from any direction I could identify. It was inside the room. Or maybe inside the walls. I'm just looking for shelter, I said. Silence answered me for a moment. Then the voice returned, softer this time. You already checked in. My skin went cold. No, I said quickly, I just got here. A pause. Then, the lobby light flickered once, and for a split second I saw it. A reflection in the front desk mirror. Someone standing behind me. Tall, still, wearing what looked like an old hotel uniform. But when I turned, there was nothing. Only the empty lobby. And the guest book back on the counter again. Open. Waiting. This time, the name wasn't half written anymore. It was almost finished. Just one final stroke left. And as I stared at it, I realized something that made my stomach drop. The handwriting wasn't just similar to mine. It was mine. My hand moved slightly without permission, like it remembered something I didn't. And the pen was back on the counter, closer than before. Waiting. Patient. as if this wasn't the first time I had tried to leave, and definitely not the first time I had failed. The hallway changed while I was walking. Not suddenly, not in a way I could prove, but I felt it, like the building was breathing around me, shifting its shape when I blinked. I stopped, looked back. The lobby was gone, just gone. Behind me was another hallway. Same wallpaper, same dim lights, same silence. My chest tightened. I told myself I was just disoriented, tired, maybe even imagining things after that strange guest book. But then I noticed something that killed that thought immediately. My footprints in the dust. They didn't go back to the lobby. They stopped right where I was standing, and then continued forward, like I had already walked this path before, even though I couldn't remember it. I swallowed hard and kept moving. The carpet felt too soft under my feet, almost damp, like it had absorbed years of footsteps and never let them go. Every door I passed had a brass number plate. They looked normal at first, but then I saw something wrong. Every few doors, the numbers repeated. 101 again, then 102 again, like the hallway was looping itself without asking permission. I slowed down, ran my hand along the wall. It felt warm, not warm like heat, warm like skin. I pulled my hand back immediately. "What kind of place is this?" I whispered. My voice still didn't echo. It just sank into the air and disappeared. That was when I heard it. A sound behind one of the doors. A faint shuffle. Then something heavier, like someone turning in bed. I froze. For a second, I thought maybe there really were guests here. Real ones. Alive ones. But the hotel felt wrong in a deeper way now, like it was pretending to be normal just to see how long I would believe it. I stepped closer to door 104. Paused. Listened. The sound stopped. Complete silence again. Then, a soft knock came from inside. Not urgent. Not scared. Just patient. 3 slow taps. I should have walked away, but my hand moved anyway. I don't even remember deciding. I turned the knob. It opened too easily. No resistance. No luck. The room inside was dark, but not empty. A bed. A suitcase. Shoes placed neatly near the wall. A jacket hanging on the chair, like someone had just stepped out for a moment. My throat tightened. "Hello," I said again. This time my voice felt smaller, more fragile. No answer. I stepped inside. The air was colder than the hallway, but not empty cold. Occupied cold, like someone had just been breathing there. I moved slowly, eyes scanning everything. The suitcase was slightly open. Clothes inside. Folded. Fresh. Not dusty. Not old. I reached out and touched the bed. Still warm. My hand pulled back instantly. That shouldn't be possible. This hotel was abandoned. At least it was supposed to be. I heard something behind me. A faint creak. I turned fast. Nothing. Just the open door. But when I looked back at the bed, the pillow had shifted. Slightly. Like someone had just leaned on it. My breath got heavier. I stepped backward toward the door. That's when I noticed the mirror. It was cracked, but still reflective enough. And in that reflection, the suitcase was fully closed now. I hadn't touched it. I didn't even hear it move. I turned back toward it. It was still open, but the mirror showed it closed. My stomach dropped. two versions of the same room. One real, one not, or both real in ways I didn't understand. I left the room quickly, almost stumbling into the hallway again. I shut the door behind me without thinking. But the moment it closed, I heard movement inside. Clear this time, not subtle. Footsteps, walking toward the bed, like someone had returned the second I left. My pulse hit my ears. I backed away from the door, and that's when I saw something worse. The room number had changed. It wasn't 104 anymore. It was 109. I blinked, looked away, looked back. Still 109. My breath came shallow now. "This is impossible," I whispered. But the hallway didn't care. It stretched forward like nothing was wrong. I forced myself to keep walking, step by step, trying not to look at the doors too long. But they kept changing. Every time I passed one, I noticed small differences. A curtain slightly open, a light flickering inside, a shadow moving behind frosted glass. And then, a sound that made my skin tighten. A radio, soft static, playing from room 112. I stopped, slowly turned toward it. The door was slightly open, just a crack, and from inside, a voice, not clear words, just fragments, like someone speaking from far away underwater. I shouldn't have gone closer, but I did, because something in me wanted answers more than safety. I pushed the door gently. It creaked open. Room 112 looked lived in, but not like the first one. This one looked recently lived in. A cup of tea on the table, steam still rising, a newspaper folded on the bed. The date on it was today. My today. My eyes locked on the headline. Missing traveler last seen, NEAR Black Hollow Hotel. My hands went cold. That was me. Or someone like me. I backed away slowly. "No, no, no," I muttered. But the radio static suddenly stopped. Silence hit the room. Then, a soft voice came through the speaker. "Calm. Close. You keep choosing the wrong doors." My body froze. The voice wasn't coming from the radio anymore. It was behind me. I turned slowly. Nothing there. But the hallway outside the room had changed again. Now it was longer, deeper, more doors than before. And every single one of them was slightly open, like they were all waiting for me to decide again. My mind tried to process it. Looping hallway, changing rooms, living spaces inside an abandoned building. But the worst part wasn't that. It was the feeling that none of this was new. Like I had already been through it. More than once. I stepped out of the room. The door closed behind me by itself. Click. Soft. Final. I flinched. And when I looked back, room 112 was gone. Just another numbered door now. Normal. Quiet. Like nothing had happened inside it. I kept walking again. Faster now. Trying to find an exit. Trying to find anything that made sense. But the hallway didn't cooperate. It stretched, shifted, rearranged itself when I wasn't looking directly at it. At some point, I realized something terrifying. I wasn't finding new rooms anymore. I was revisiting the same ones. I saw the suitcase room again. Then the radio room again. Then a third room I didn't remember entering before. Inside it, my bag. My actual bag. On the bed. exactly where I left it earlier in the lobby. My chest tightened painfully. "I never brought this here," I whispered, but my feet were already moving toward it, like they wanted to confirm something I wasn't ready to understand. As I stepped closer, I noticed something inside the bag. A guest book, the same one from the lobby. Open, waiting, and on the page, my name was fully written now. Complete. Fresh ink, still slightly wet. Behind me, a door slowly shut. Not loudly, not aggressively, just like a polite goodbye. And in that moment, I finally understood the worst part of this place. It wasn't abandoned. It was occupied, just not by people who knew they were still here. The guest book wasn't supposed to be in my hands, but it was. Cold, heavy, open on my lap like it had chosen me instead of the other way around. And the worst part, I already knew what I would see before I even looked. My name was there, fully written now. No hesitation in the ink. No mistakes. Like someone had practiced it. Like someone had written it many times before getting it right. My fingers didn't want to turn the page, but they did anyway. The paper felt old, too old, like it had been handled in a place where time didn't move normally. And then I saw it. A second section. Different handwriting. Older. Faded. At the top, a title was written in uneven letters. Night Clerk's Rules. My throat tightened without reason. I leaned closer, even though every part of me wanted to step back. The rules weren't normal. They weren't instructions for guests. They felt more like warnings someone had left for themselves, before forgetting why they needed them. I read the first line slowly, and the moment I did, the hotel felt quieter, like it was listening. Rule 1, do not answer when the bell rings twice. Only once means a guest, twice means it is checking for you. I froze. My eyes drifted instinctively toward the front desk bell I had rung earlier. Only once, but I remembered it ringing again by itself. That second ring, my stomach tightened. I forced myself to continue. Rule 2, if the hallway repeats, do not turn around. The second version of you is already behind you. My breathing slowed. I looked down the hallway instinctively. It looked normal, but I wasn't sure anymore what normal meant here. The idea of another version of me standing behind me made my skin go cold. I kept reading. My voice in my head felt weaker now, like it was losing confidence with every line. Rule 3, rooms that feel warm are occupied, even if you are alone, especially if you are alone. I swallowed hard. That first room, the warm bed, the suitcase, the feeling of someone just leaving. That wasn't imagination. It matched too perfectly. My grip tightened on the book, and I kept going, even though something inside me was starting to resist. Like my mind didn't want me to know more. Rule 4, if you see your belongings inside a room, leave them. Taking them means you accept the stay. My bag, on the bed, the guest book inside it. I looked toward the hallway, half expecting to see it again. But instead, I noticed something worse. The hallway lights flickered slightly. Just once, like a blink. And for a second, I thought I saw a shadow at the far end. Standing still, watching. I blinked. It was gone. I forced my attention back to the book. My hands were shaking now. Rule 5, the clerk does not speak during duty hours. If it speaks, the shift has already ended for you. I stopped reading. My ears started ringing slightly, because I remembered the voice. You're late. That wasn't imagination. It wasn't the building. It wasn't wind. It was something that knew I was here. I closed my eyes for a second, tried to slow my breathing, but the hotel didn't let me rest. A faint sound came from somewhere above. A chair dragging again. Slow, deliberate, like someone sitting down after a long shift. My eyes snapped open. I looked back at the book. There were more rules. Too many. But one line was underlined harder than the rest. Like someone had pressed the pen too deep when writing it. Final rule: the hotel does not accept new guests, only returning ones. My stomach dropped. Returning ones. That word didn't make sense at first, but something inside me already understood it. That uneasy feeling I had earlier, the sense of familiarity. Like I had been here before. More than once. I turned the page again, faster now. The next section wasn't rules anymore. It was a log. Entries, dates, names, and shifts. Night clerk shift 1. Night clerk shift 2. Night clerk shift 3. It kept going. Dozens of them. But one detail made my throat tight. The names weren't different. They were the same. Repeated. Over and over. As if the same person had been writing the log for years, maybe decades, without ever leaving. And then I saw it. The last entry. My breath stopped. Because it wasn't written by the clerk. It was written by me. Or at least my handwriting. If you are reading this, you are already on duty. My hand went numb. I dropped the book slightly. It hit the floor softly, but the sound felt too loud in the hallway silence. I stepped back instinctively. No, I whispered. But the word didn't feel real anymore. The hallway lights dimmed slightly. Just a shift, but enough for the walls to feel closer. I looked down at the book again. It was open still, even though I hadn't touched it. And now there was something new. A key, resting on top of the page. Old, metal, warm, like it had just been held. My pulse quickened. I didn't pick it up, but I already knew what it was for. Somewhere in this building, there was a door I hadn't opened yet. A door that didn't appear in the hallway earlier. Or maybe it did, and I just wasn't ready to see it. A soft sound came again, this time from behind the front desk direction. The bell. One ring. Clear. Perfect. I froze instantly. Rule 1 flashed in my mind. Do not answer when it rings twice. Only once means a guest. Only once. I waited, holding my breath. The silence stretched. Too long. Then, another ring. My blood turned cold. Twice. The sound didn't feel like a bell anymore. It felt like attention shifting toward me. Like something had noticed I understood the rules. I backed away slowly. The guest book on the floor flipped its own page. I didn't look at it. I couldn't. My focus was on the hallway now. Because something was happening there. The doors were no longer numbered. They were blank. Just metal frames with no identity. As if the hotel had stopped pretending. And then I saw it. A door at the very end. One I swear wasn't there before. Slightly open. Light spilling out from inside. Warm light. Not flickering. Not broken. Stable. Alive. My hand tightened around the key, without me realizing I had picked it up. I didn't remember doing it, but it was in my palm now. And it fit the feeling of that door perfectly. The bell rang once more. Not twice. Just once. A correction. like something was trying to guide me. I stepped forward slowly, each step heavier than the last. The hallway behind me felt longer now, like it was stretching away from reality. And the guest book, I could hear it flipping pages behind me. Slowly, patiently, like it was waiting to see if I would complete the cycle or break it. I reached the door, paused. My hand hovered over the handle. The light under it pulsed slightly, like breathing. I looked down at the key. My reflection faintly showed in its metal surface. But for a split second, I saw something behind me. A man in a clerk uniform, standing at the end of the hallway, watching me, waiting. And when I blinked, he was gone. Only the hallway remained. Empty, but not empty in a comforting way. Empty like it had already chosen who was staying next. My hand moved forward. The key slid into the lock and turned, slowly, clicking. The door opened just a little, and inside, I saw a desk, a lamp, and a logbook already open, waiting for the next entry, waiting for the next clerk, waiting for me. The moment I stepped into the office, the door behind me shut on its own. Not fast, not violent, just slow, like it had done this many times before and knew I wouldn't stop it. Clicking. The sound felt final, too clean for something abandoned. My eyes stayed on the logbook sitting on the desk. Already open, already waiting. The lamp beside it flickered once, then steadied, like it had been holding its breath for years and finally decided to breathe again. The chair in front of the desk creaked softly, as if someone had just stood up from it. But the room was empty, at least empty in a way I could trust. I stepped closer. My hand hovered over the book, and that's when I heard it. Voices, not loud, not clear, but everywhere at once, like the walls were remembering conversations. I froze, slowly turned my head toward the hallway outside the office. The door had a small glass panel. Through it I saw movement, shadows. At first I thought it was just light playing tricks, but then one of them stopped, right in front of the glass. A silhouette, still, human shape, but wrong somehow. Too flat, too patient. It didn't move. It didn't leave. It just stood there, like it was waiting for permission to exist. My throat tightened. I stepped closer to the glass and whispered hello. No response, but something answered anyway. A faint knock came from the hallway. Soft, careful, like someone didn't want to disturb the building. Then another knock, from the opposite side. My eyes flicked left. Another shadow. Now two, then three, standing at different points in the hallway. All still, all facing the office. My chest tightened. This wasn't random. This was organized. Like they had positions. Like they belonged here. A whisper slipped through the crack under the door. I couldn't understand the words, but I understood the tone. Familiar, comfortable, like people talking in a place they've lived in too long. My fingers finally touched the logbook. Cold, strangely cold. I turned the page slowly, and my breath stopped. Names, rows of names, hundreds of them, all written in different handwriting, but all slightly similar, like copies of the same memory. And next to each name, room numbers, shift numbers, dates that didn't follow time properly. Some repeated, some overlapped, Some were crossed out and rewritten again underneath, like they refused to be removed. I leaned closer, and that's when I saw it. One section was labeled "Current Guests." My eyes scanned it instinctively. My name was there. Again, but this time it wasn't alone. There were others, names I didn't recognize, but something about them felt heavy, like they belonged to people who were still here, still moving somewhere inside this building. A soft sound came from behind me. Footsteps, very light, barely there. I turned quickly. Nothing, but the dust on the floor showed something new. Fresh marks, right behind my shoes, like someone had been standing just a step away from me. I backed up slightly. The chair behind me creaked again, this time louder, like someone settling into it. Slowly, comfortably, my breath became uneven. I didn't sit. I didn't move. But the chair, it shifted again, like it was adjusting to weight, an invisible weight. I whispered, "Who's there?" The whispering outside the door stopped. Complete silence. Then, a voice, very close, right beside my ear. "You're in the office now." I jumped back instantly, heart pounding, but there was no one. No one I could see. Just the desk, the book, and the chair, still slightly moving, like it was being used. I turned back to the logbook quickly. Pages flipped on their own. Faster now, like something was searching. Then it stopped. On a page marked "Guest Rotation." There were instructions, not written like rules this time, more like habits. Things repeated so many times they became natural. I read the first line, and my stomach dropped. Guests do not check out, they change shifts. My fingers tightened on the edge of the desk. Shift. That word didn't belong here. I turned the page again. A diagram, a layout of the hotel. But it was the hotel I remembered. It had extra floors, extra wings, sections labeled quiet occupancy, permanent stay, rotating guests, and one section simply marked clerk area. My breathing slowed because I was sitting inside that section. The office, the clerk's office. A cold realization started forming in my chest. I wasn't just inside the hotel. I was inside a role. The whispers outside returned, but now they were clearer. Still not fully words, but patterns, like people talking about everyday things, complaining, laughing softly, living. My hand slowly moved toward the door again. Against my own instinct, I pressed my ear against it, and this time I understood a phrase. "New clerk is awake." My body froze. Another voice answered it. "Let him settle in." My blood ran cold. Let me settle in. Like this was normal. Like this happened before. Like I wasn't the first. A sharp knock came on the door. This one different. Deliberate. Official. I didn't open it, but the lock clicked anyway. From the outside, the door opened slightly on its own, and I saw them. Not monsters, not ghosts in the way I expected. People, guests, standing in the hallway, watching me. But something was wrong. They weren't walking. They weren't moving like normal people. They stood too still, like they had paused midlife. One man blinked slowly, too slowly. A woman held a suitcase but didn't shift her grip. A child stood beside her, eyes open but unfocused. All of them looking at me, waiting, not scared, not angry, just expectant, like I was supposed to understand something. The man in front stepped forward slightly, only one step, then stopped and said softly, "You'll get used to it." My throat tightened. Used to what? I managed. No answer. Instead, the woman behind him smiled faintly, like the question was childish. The child pointed at the desk, at me, at the chair, then whispered something I barely heard. "Your turn is longer at night." A chill ran through me. The logbook behind me flipped again, by itself, pages turning faster now, like something inside it was impatient. I turned back and saw new writing appearing. Fresh ink. My handwriting again. But I hadn't written anything. The words formed slowly, as if being written in real time. Clerk accepted, shift begins. The chair behind the desk moved, pulling slightly backward. Inviting. The guests outside the door didn't move. They didn't need to, because they were already watching something I hadn't accepted yet. The realization hit me like a slow collapse. The hotel didn't have guests who left. It had guests who stayed in different forms, different roles, different positions. And now, it had a clerk again. My chest tightened painfully. I backed away from the desk, but the door behind me closed on its own. Soft, final. The whispering outside grew calmer, almost relieved, like something had finally fallen into place. And then I heard it. A bell. One ring. Clear. From inside the office. Not outside. Inside. I turned slowly. The bell was on the desk. I hadn't seen it before, but it was there now. And beside it, a second logbook, already open, already waiting for the next entry. My hand moved slightly, not fully against my will, but not fully mine either. And I realized something I didn't want to understand. The guests weren't trapped in the hotel. They were part of it, and I was just being shown where I fit. The bell rang again. Not once this time. Not twice either. It rang like it had been waiting inside my head and finally found a way out. My hand froze above the logbook. The ink on the page was still wet. Clerk accepted, shift begins. I wanted to laugh. I think my brain tried to reject it completely. Like if I denied it hard enough, the hotel would reset itself. But the door behind me didn't open. It locked. From the outside. Clicking. That sound was becoming familiar in the worst way. Slowly I turned around. The office was still the same. Desk, lamp, chair, but it didn't feel like mine anymore. It felt assigned, like I had been placed here the way furniture gets placed in a room. The guests were gone from the hallway. No silhouettes, no whispers, just silence. Too clean, too controlled. That scared me more than their presence. I stepped toward the door, tried the handle. It didn't move. I pushed harder. Nothing. Then I pulled. Still nothing. But something changed behind me. The chair moved. Slowly. Not sliding. Not falling. Just adjusting. Like it was being used by someone who knew exactly where to sit. I turned sharply. "No," I whispered. My voice felt thin, unstable. The lamp flickered once, and for a second I saw it. A shadow sitting in the chair. Not fully formed. Not solid. but present enough to make my stomach drop. Then it was gone. The chair was empty again, but now it was facing the desk properly, like it had always been used that way. My breathing got heavier. I backed away from it. Okay, this is not real, I told myself. But even saying it sounded weak, like I didn't believe my own voice anymore. Then I noticed something on the logbook. A new line, writing itself, slowly, as if the ink was remembering how to exist. Shift confirmed. My fingers went numb. I didn't write that. I swear I didn't touch the pen. But the pen was still in the exact same place. Waiting. Patient. Like it didn't need me to move anymore. The room light dimmed slightly. Not a blackout. More like a change in mood. The office didn't feel empty anymore. It felt occupied. I stepped toward the desk again, against every instinct I had left. And that's when I heard it. Footsteps outside. Not fast. Not heavy. Controlled. Professional. Like someone walking a familiar route. I froze. The sound stopped right outside the office door. A knock followed. 3 taps. Soft. Polite. Exactly like a visitor. My throat tightened. I didn't answer. The door unlocked anyway. It opened slowly. And a man stood there. Not a shadow. Not a blur. A man. Hotel uniform. Old-fashioned. Neat. His face was calm. Too calm. Like he had rehearsed being alive. He looked at me for a long second. Then smiled slightly. Shift change, he said. My mouth went dry. What are you talking about? I asked. He stepped inside without waiting. Closed the door behind him. Click. That sound again. He walked straight to the desk like he belonged there. Like he had done this before. Many times. I stepped back. No, this is not your office, I said quickly. He didn't look offended. He just tilted his head slightly. It isn't yours either, he replied. That hit harder than I expected. Because he was right. Or at least, something in this place agreed with him more than me. He looked at the logbook, turned a page, and nodded. Good, you've started properly. My stomach twisted. Started what? I asked. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he sat down in the chair. Naturally, comfortably, like it was made for him. Then he placed his hand on the logbook, and my handwriting appeared on the page again. Faster this time, more confident, as if it was finally being used correctly. New clerk active, routine integrated. My vision blurred slightly. I stepped forward. No, I'm not staying here, I said. The man looked at me calmly. You already checked in, he said again. That phrase, I had heard it before. In the hallway, in the whispers, in my own thoughts even. Like the building had been repeating it inside me slowly. I shook my head. I want to leave, I said firmly. He leaned back slightly in the chair. And for the first time, his expression changed. Not anger, not fear, just confusion. Like I had said something incorrect. Leave, he repeated. Then he pointed at the logbook. I looked, and my blood turned cold. There was a new section forming at the bottom of the page, slowly revealing itself, like hidden text surfacing. Room assignment. My name was there again, but now it had a number next to it. Not a room I recognized, not one I had seen before. Room 0. I frowned. That's not even a real room number, I said. The man nodded slowly. It is now, he replied. A low vibration passed through the floor. Subtle, but real. The walls felt slightly closer, like the building was adjusting itself. I stepped toward the door again. Tried it. Still locked. I turned back. Unlock it, I said to him. He didn't move. I can't, he said simply. That confused me more than anything. You're the clerk, I said. He nodded again. Exactly. Silence dropped between us. Heavy, uncomfortable. Then he added something that made my skin go cold. I handled your shift before you did. My brain tried to process that. Before I could respond, the lamp flickered again. And suddenly, the office looked different. Not fully changed, but layered. Like two versions of the same room were overlapping. I saw him sitting at the desk, but behind him, I saw myself sitting there too. Writing, working, same movements, same posture. My breath stopped. I stepped back quickly. No, I just got here, I said. He looked at me calmly. You always say that at first, he replied. A sound came from outside. Elevator ding. Far away, but clear. The man stood up. Room 0 is ready, he said. I shook my head. I'm not going anywhere, I said quickly. But even as I said it, I noticed something worse. The office door was gone. Not open. Gone. Just wall. Smooth. Like it had never existed. My heart started racing. I rushed forward. Touched it. Solid. Cold. No exit. I turned back. The man was still there. Watching. Where is the exit? I demanded. He tilted his head again. That depends, he said, on whether you're checking out or checking in properly. My stomach dropped. I want out, I said again. He sighed softly. Not annoyed. Just patient. Like I was repeating a known mistake. Then he said something that didn't make sense at first. Check out isn't a direction. It's a permission. My breath got shallow. What does that mean? I asked. He walked toward me slowly. Not threatening. Just inevitable. You don't leave the hotel, he said. You leave your role. That word hit differently. Role. Clerk. Guest. Shift. Everything started connecting in a way I didn't want. I stepped back again, but the floor behind me was no longer the office floor. It was carpeted hallway. I turned quickly. The office had changed. Desk gone. Chair gone. Only a hallway now. Long. Endless. With doors lining both sides. My breathing got sharp. I turned back. The man was gone, but his voice stayed. Room 0 is waiting. I walked forward slowly, each step heavier than the last. The doors around me had numbers again, but they weren't normal. They kept changing when I wasn't looking directly at them. Every time I blinked, they shifted, like the hotel couldn't decide where I belonged. And then I saw it. A door with no number. Just black metal, standing slightly open. Warm light spilling from inside. The only stable thing in the entire place. I approached it slowly, my hand trembling. I didn't want to open it, but I already knew I would. Because behind me, I heard footsteps again. Soft, controlled, walking toward me. Not rushing, not chasing, just waiting. like they already knew I couldn't go anywhere else. My fingers touched the handle. Cold. Too cold. Then the voice came again. Right behind me. Calm. Final. Checkout is not allowed. My breath stopped, and the door slowly opened by itself. The reservation was never supposed to exist. It showed up in the system at 3:14 a.m. No name at first. Just a booking. Black Hollow Hotel, 2 guests, 3 nights. Then it was canceled. 1 minute later. But the strange part wasn't the booking. It was what came after. A single note attached to the record. They checked in anyway. I stared at that line for a long time. Long enough for the office lights to feel quieter around me. My coffee had gone cold. My shift wasn't even supposed to be about this place. But missing persons cases don't care about schedules. And neither do stories that feel wrong. I clicked deeper into the file. The couple's names appeared now. Daniel Kessler. Mara Kessler. Married 6 years. Travel bloggers. Last post was a photo of a highway sign pointing toward a place called Black Hollow. After that, nothing. No posts. No signals. No check-ins. Just silence. And a deleted reservation that somehow still left a trace behind. I leaned back in my chair. Something about it felt off in a way I couldn't explain. Not dramatic. Not obvious. Just slightly incorrect. Like hearing your own name whispered in a room you thought was empty. I opened the hotel records again. Black Hollow Hotel. Closed officially in 1998. Demolished according to city reports. No structure left. No access allowed. But the system I was using didn't agree. Because it showed availability. Tonight. Room 2. Room 3. Room 0. That last one made me pause. Room isn't a real thing in hotel systems. It shouldn't exist. But it was listed like it had always been there. I clicked it. The screen froze for a second. Then refreshed. The reservation details changed. Now it showed. Guest status checked it. My stomach tightened. I hadn't entered any data. No one had. Yet the system updated itself. I rubbed my face slowly. Maybe it was a glitch. Maybe someone inside the database was messing with old records. That's what I told myself. But then I noticed something else. A timestamp. Not for the booking. For the check-in. 3:14 a.m. Same time the reservation appeared. My cursor hovered over it. Something about that number bothered me more than it should have. I opened the case file for the couple. Their last known location was a gas station 40 miles outside the city. Security footage showed them buying water, talking normally, smiling. Nothing unusual, except the camera glitch at the end. A single frame distortion. Then they were gone. No car movement. No exit. Just missing from the frame entirely. I replayed it 3 times. Each time the same thing. One frame they were there. Next frame empty parking lot. Like someone cut them out of reality. I exhaled slowly. This was starting to feel less like a missing persons case, and more like something I shouldn't be looking at. Still, I couldn't stop. That's the problem with stories like this. Once you see the wrong detail, your brain refuses to let it go. I printed the reservation log. Then something fell out with the papers. A folded slip. Old paper. Not part of the system. I didn't remember printing it. My fingers hesitated before picking it up. The ink was faded. but readable. It said, "If they cancel, it means they're already inside." My throat went dry. I looked around the office instinctively. Empty desks, fluorescent hum, normal night shift silence. But it didn't feel normal anymore. It felt watched. I shook my head slightly. "Get a grip," I muttered. But even my voice sounded unsure. I went back to the screen. The reservation had changed again. Now it showed status active. I frowned. "No, it was canceled," I said out loud. But the system didn't respond. Instead, a new line appeared under the booking. Check-in VRIFID. And beneath it, a live feed icon. My pulse slowed for half a second, then jumped, because I didn't enable any feed. I clicked it anyway. The screen flickered. Darkness, then static, then an image formed. A hotel lobby. Old, dusty, barely lit. I leaned forward without realizing it. The camera angle was fixed. Security camera. From a corner ceiling. The image was unstable, like the signal was barely surviving. And then I saw movement. A door slowly opening. A man stepped inside. Then a woman. Daniel and Mara Kessler. My breath caught. They were actually there. Not footage from before. Not archive. Live. But something felt wrong immediately. They weren't talking. They were looking around slowly. Too slowly. Like they weren't sure what inside meant yet. Daniel pointed toward the desk. Myra didn't respond right away. Then she nodded. But her face, her expression didn't match the situation. No fear. No confusion. Just waiting. Like they already knew this place. My fingers tightened on the desk. "That's not possible," I whispered. The camera feed shifted slightly. Like something bumped it. And for a second, I thought I saw a shadow behind them. Not human-shaped. Not fully formed. Just darker than the rest of the room. Then it was gone. I rewound the feed. Nothing. No shadow. No distortion. Just them standing in the lobby. I checked the timestamp again. 3:14 a.m. Same as everything else. My head started to feel heavy. Too many coincidences stacking without explanation. Then the feed glitched. A single frame shift. And suddenly, there were 3 people in the lobby. The couple, and a third figure, standing at the desk. I froze. The figure wasn't facing the camera, but it was wearing something. A uniform, old hotel attire, the kind you see in archived photos from closed establishments. It leaned slightly forward, like speaking to them. Then the couple nodded. At the same time, perfectly synchronized. My skin prickled, because that wasn't normal human behavior. The feed cut for half a second. When it returned, the third figure was gone, but the couple was still there, now holding keys. Room keys. I zoomed in. The numbers on them weren't clear, but I saw one thing. A faint engraving. 0. I sat back slowly. My chair creaked too loudly in the silence. Something about this didn't feel like watching a missing persons case anymore. It felt like watching an entry point. Like I wasn't observing what happened to them. I was observing what happened after. My phone buzzed suddenly. I almost dropped it. Unknown number. No caller ID. Just a message. One line. Stop looking at the feed. My breath stopped. I stared at the screen. Another message appeared instantly. They already checked in. I didn't move for a few seconds. Then I slowly turned back to the monitor. The feed was still running. But now, the couple wasn't looking around anymore. They were standing still, facing the camera, directly, both of them, as if they knew I was watching. And Mara slowly lifted her hand, pointing, not at the room, not at the desk, at the camera itself, at me. The screen flickered again, and for a split second, the reflection of my own office appeared inside the hotel lobby, like the two places were overlapping. Then it snapped back. Normal feed. But now the desk inside the hotel had something new on it. A guest book. Open. My hands went cold, because I recognized it instantly. It looked exactly like the one from the system logs. The one tied to Black Hollow Hotel. The one that shouldn't exist anymore. And as I watched, a pen moved across its pages, writing something slowly, deliberately, even through a broken signal. I could see the words forming, and I already knew before reading them that I was going to see something I wouldn't be able to forget, because the page didn't have the couple's names anymore. It had one new entry, waiting for whoever was still watching. The elevator doors closed before I could step back. Not fast, not forced, just certain, like the building already knew I had chosen it. The button panel was simple, too simple. Ground floor first, second. No third floor. I stared at it longer than I should have, because the case file clearly mentioned it. Hollow Grand Hotel, third floor access restricted after 1992 incident. There was an incident, but no record of what happened. No reports, no explanation, just silence where information should have been. The elevator started moving, slow at first, then steady. A soft mechanical hum filled the space. I pressed the 3 button anyway. Nothing happened. No light. No response. I tried again. Still nothing. Then the floor indicator blinked. Not on a number. On a blank space between 2 floors. Like the elevator was confused about reality. My stomach tightened slightly. Okay, I whispered to myself. Just old wiring. But even I didn't believe it. The elevator slowed. Stopped. Doors opened. Second floor. Empty hallway. Normal lights. Normal carpet. Nothing strange. But something felt off immediately. The silence here wasn't the same silence as downstairs. This one felt structured, like it had been arranged. I stepped out slowly. The air was colder than I expected. Not freezing, just wrong for an indoor hotel corridor. I checked the directory on the wall. Second floor, rooms 201, 215. No mention of a third floor anywhere. I exhaled. Maybe it's just a rumor, I muttered. But then I saw something scratched into the metal frame. Faint, old, almost erased. 3 RD floor staff only. My eyes lingered on it longer than they should have, because the letters didn't look carved. They looked pressed, like something heavy had pushed them into existence. I shook my head and turned back to the elevator. The doors were still open, waiting. I stepped inside again, pressed 3 out of habit more than belief. Still nothing. The doors closed. The elevator began moving. And then, a faint sound came through the walls. Not mechanical, not normal. Footsteps. Above me, walking, slow, but perfectly aligned with my movement. My breath slowed instinctively. I looked up. Nothing there. Just metal ceiling. But the footsteps continued. One step. Pause. One step. Pause. Like someone was packing above the elevator car. I swallowed hard. Second floor, third floor, I whispered. Just floors, just structure. But the sound didn't care about logic. It continued, then stopped. The elevator slowed again. Doors opened. Second floor. Same hallway. Same lighting. Same emptiness. I frowned. I already saw this, I said out loud. The hallway didn't react, but something inside me did. A small shift of unease, like I had just been shown a loop. I stepped out again, and this time I noticed something new. The hallway carpet had footprints, fresh ones, heading away from the elevator. Not mine. They were too clean, too deliberate, like someone had walked here recently and very carefully. I followed them. Each step made the silence feel heavier. The hallway stretched longer than before. That was the first real wrong thing I noticed, because second floor corridors don't stretch. But this one did. Doors started repeating. Again, same sequence, like the building forgot where it started. My heart rate picked up slightly. Okay, this is not normal, I said quietly. I turned back toward the elevator, but it wasn't behind me anymore. Just more hallway. Same direction. No exit. No turn. Just repetition. The footprints continued forward. I followed them, because at that point, stopping felt worse than moving. After a while, I noticed something else. The room numbers were changing when I wasn't looking directly at them. I'd see 205, then blink, then it was 206, then 204. Like the hallway couldn't decide what it wanted to be. My breathing got tighter. Then I heard something. A soft radio static, coming from behind one of the doors. Room 209. I stopped. The footprints ended right in front of it. That made my stomach twist. I listened. Static, then a voice. Too distorted to understand, but human. I raised my hand slowly. Knocked once. No response. Knocked again. Still nothing. The door creaked open slightly on its own. I shouldn't have entered. I knew that instantly. But curiosity has a way of ignoring fear when it wants answers. Inside the room was normal. Too normal. Bed made. TV on static. Luggage placed neatly in the corner. Like someone had just stepped out for a moment. I stepped in carefully. The air felt heavier inside. Not physically. Emotionally. Like the room remembered things I didn't. The TV crackled louder, then suddenly displayed an image. Security footage. The hotel lobby. My breath slowed. I recognized it immediately. Same building. Same angle. But older. The quality was different. Darker. And then I saw them. People standing in line at the reception desk. Guests. Dozens of them. All waiting calmly. No urgency. No fear. Just waiting. The footage shifted slightly, and I noticed something strange. The reception desk had a sign. Third floor access closed. My eyes narrowed. That wasn't there earlier in the modern version of the hotel. The video continued. A staff member walked into frame, dressed in an old uniform, They pointed toward the elevator, then toward the ceiling, then wrote something on a clipboard. The guests nodded, one by one, like they understood instructions I couldn't hear. The footage cut abruptly. Static filled the screen again, then stopped. Silence returned. I stepped back slightly. Something about this room felt worse now, like I had seen something I wasn't supposed to translate. Behind me, the door clicked. Not slammed, just locked. I turned quickly. No, 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 I said, trying the handle. It didn't move. Of course it didn't. The TV flickered again. New footage. This time closer. Elevator interior. Empty. Then me, standing inside. My breath stopped, but I wasn't in the room anymore. I was watching myself in the footage, pressing buttons, looking confused. But in the video, I pressed 3, and the elevator responded. My body froze. In real time, I hadn't pressed anything. But in the footage, I had. The screen flickered again. Now the elevator in the video was moving upward, beyond the visible floors, past the second, past the ceiling, into something unregistered. My hands started shaking. Behind me, I heard something. A soft ding. Not from the TV. From somewhere real. I turned slowly and froze because the room number on the door had changed. It wasn't 209 anymore. It was blank. Just a smooth metal plate. No number. No identity. Just like the hallway had erased it. The TV shut off. Complete darkness inside the screen. Then one final frame appeared. A close-up of a sign. 3rd floor now active. My throat went dry. The room shook slightly. Not violently. Just a shift. Like the building was adjusting its spine. Then, the door unlocked. Slowly. From the outside. I didn't touch it. I swear I didn't. But it opened anyway. The hallway outside looked different. Longer again. And now, an elevator was there. Right in front of me. Doors open. Waiting. No 2nd floor visible anymore. Only darkness inside. And above the elevator frame, a small sign I hadn't noticed before. 3. My heart pounded harder. I stepped closer slowly. The air around it felt colder. Not temperature. Presence. Like something had been waiting a long time for this moment. A soft voice came from inside the elevator. Not loud. Not threatening. Just calm. Going up. I froze. There was no one inside. But the voice had definitely come from there. The door stayed open. Patient. Waiting for my decision. And somewhere deep in the building, something else moved. 1 floor above reality, where no one officially existed. And it was already aware I was coming. The first click came from nowhere. Sharp. Metallic. Like a key hitting stone, inside an empty building. I stopped walking in the corridor instantly. The hotel was asleep. At least that's what it was supposed to feel like. But that sound, it didn't belong to sleep. It came again. Click-clack, pause. Then faster. Like someone was testing keys on a machine that hadn't been used in years. I turned slowly toward the sound. The hallway stretched ahead of me, long and dim, lit by weak yellow lights that buzzed too softly to feel normal. The sound echoed again. Click-clack-clack. A typewriter. My brain said it before I accepted it. but it made no sense. Old hotels don't keep typewriters running at midnight, and abandoned hotels definitely don't. Still, the sound continued, from somewhere deeper in the building. I walked forward slowly. Each step felt heavier than the last. The carpet under my shoes felt damp again, like it had absorbed too many nights and forgotten how to dry. Click-clack. The sound got clearer as I moved, like it was waiting for me to get closer. I reached a corner, paused, listened. For a moment, silence returned. Too sudden, too clean. I frowned. "Okay," I whispered. "This is just old pipes or something mechanical." Even I didn't believe that. Then the typewriter started again. Louder, closer. Now it wasn't just sound. It had direction. I followed it. The hallway changed slightly as I walked. Not dramatically, just enough to make me doubt my memory. Doors that were once room numbers now had blank plates. Some had scratches across them, like something had been removed. The sound pulled me forward. Click-clack-clack. It led me to a staircase, the kind that looks like it hasn't been used in years. Dusty railing, dim light above. The typewriter sound came from below. Basement. Of course, because nothing good ever comes from going down. I hesitated for a moment, then started descending. Each step echoed more than it should have. The air got colder. Not freezing, just wrong. Like I was entering a place that didn't agree with normal temperature. Halfway down, I stopped. The typewriter sound paused. Complete silence. That silence hit harder than the noise, because it felt aware, like it knew I had stopped too. Then, one single word echoed faintly. Not spoken. Typed. Enter. My stomach tightened. I didn't move for a few seconds. Then I continued down. The basement hallway was longer than I expected. Concrete walls, old pipes running along the ceiling, dim bulbs flickering like they were struggling to stay alive. The sound returned immediately. Click-clack-clack. Now it was right ahead. I turned the corner and stopped completely. There was a room, door slightly open, light spilling out, warm yellow light, and inside, a typewriter, sitting alone on a wooden desk, typing by itself. No hands, no person, just movement, mechanical, precise. My breath slowed without permission. I stepped closer, each step careful, like the room might notice me. The typewriter kept going. Click-clack, pause. Then suddenly, it stopped. I froze. Silence filled the space instantly. The kind of silence that feels like it's waiting for permission to continue. Then the paper shifted. Slowly, a new line appeared. Not typed, but already there, like it had been waiting underneath the surface. I leaned closer. My eyes narrowed, and I saw it. A name, Daniel Kessler. My chest tightened immediately. That was one of the missing people from the case. I looked at the machine. It hadn't moved, but the paper kept changing. Another line appeared. Mara Kessler. I stepped back instinctively. No, I whispered. The typewriter clicked again. Faster now, like it had been triggered. New pages started sliding out, one after another. Names, dozens, all of them familiar. Missing persons reports I had seen over the past year. People who vanished near highways, near abandoned properties, near places like this. My mind started racing. This wasn't random. This was a list, a record, a system. The typewriter suddenly stopped again. Then one final page printed. It didn't have a name. It had something else. A sentence, slowly revealed. You are not the first to read this. My skin went cold. I stepped back again. My foot hit something behind me. I turned quickly. Nothing there. But the typewriter started again. Click-clack. This time slower. Deliberate. Like it was watching me react. Another page came out. And this one had something different. A log entry. Not a name. Not a report. Something personal. Nu reader dietiacitide. My throat tightened. Reader. Not investigator. Not journalist. Reader. Like I was part of the system just by being here. I shook my head slightly. This is not real, I said quietly. But my voice sounded weak. Even I didn't believe it anymore. The room light flickered. And for a split second, I saw someone sitting at the desk. Not fully visible. Just shape. Hands on the typewriter. Then gone. The machine kept typing. Faster now. The paper rolled out aggressively. Words forming too quickly to follow fully. But I caught fragments. Cycle continues. Names recycled. Hotel remembers. My breathing got uneven. What is this place? I whispered. The typewriter stopped instantly. Silence hit again. Then, a voice came. Not from the machine. Not from the room. From everywhere at once. Calm. Flat. You are documenting it now. I froze completely. My eyes scanned the room. Nothing visible. But the presence felt closer. Like the walls themselves were speaking. I took a step back. The typewriter started again. One final page printed. It slid forward slowly. I didn't want to read it. But I did. Because my body was already moving toward it. The page said, all clerks become readers before they realize it. My stomach dropped. Clerks. That word again. The elevator. The third floor. The office. Everything connecting too fast now. My hands trembled slightly. I looked at the machine. No, I said, I'm not part of this. The typewriter paused. Then clicked once. A new line appeared. Just one sentence. Then why are you still writing? I blinked. Confused. What? I whispered. I looked down. My hands were holding a page. Fresh. Still warm. Ink forming slowly on its surface. Without me touching anything. My eyes widened. Words were appearing. Not on the typewriter. On paper in my hands. As if I was writing them myself. But I wasn't moving. The sentence forming said, Case notes, Black Hollow Hotel active investigation. My breath stopped. I dropped the page instantly. It fell to the floor. But it didn't land like normal paper. It landed like it already belonged there. The typewriter started again. Faster now. Aggressive. Pages spilling out uncontrollably. Names mixing with my notes. Blending together. Like reality was merging with documentation. The voice returned. Closer this time. You observe, you record, you continue the cycle. I stepped back toward the door. My heart was pounding now. No, I don't belong here, I said. But even as I said it, I saw something horrifying. On one of the printed pages, My name, not as investigator, not as journalist, but listed among the missing. Same format, same font, same system. My hands went cold. I backed toward the hallway. The typewriter didn't stop. It kept writing, faster, like it had finally accepted a new entry. As I reached the doorway, I heard it clearly again. Click-clack, pause. Then one final sound. A carriage return. And a new sentence printed behind me. Next reader will arrive soon. I didn't turn back. I ran. But as I reached the stairs, I realized something worse. The sound of typing was now following me. The door wasn't there a minute ago. I'm sure of it. One moment I was running through a normal corridor. The next, I was standing in front of a room that had no business existing. 313. The number looked fresh. Too fresh. Like it had just been printed into reality. My breathing was still uneven from running, but this made me stop completely. Because I knew the hotel layout. Or at least I thought I did. There was no room 313 on any floor map I had seen. Not on second floor. Not on third. Not anywhere. I stepped closer slowly. The carpet under my feet felt colder here. Different texture too. Like this part of the building had been used more or less. I couldn't tell which was worse. The door handle moved slightly. Not because I touched it, but because something inside shifted. I froze instantly. No, I whispered. No, I didn't touch it. The handle stopped. Still, like it was listening. I stepped back one step. The door opened. Not fast. Not dramatic. Just slow. Like it had been waiting for me to stop pretending I wasn't going to enter. A soft light spilled out. Warm. Comforting. That alone made my stomach twist. Because nothing in this hotel should feel comforting anymore. I should have run. That thought came late. Too late. My feet were already moving forward. Inside, the room looked perfect. Too perfect. A bed neatly made. Curtains slightly moving like there was a breeze. A desk with objects arranged carefully. Like someone had just stepped out for a moment and planned to return. But the air told a different story. It was still, heavy, preserved, like time had been sealed inside this space. I stepped in slowly. The door closed behind me. Clicking. I didn't turn around immediately. I already knew it wasn't going to open again easily. My eyes moved across the room. Something about it felt staged. Not messy like abandonment. Not dusty like neglect. But organized like memory. Then I saw the suitcase. On the bed. Half open. Clothes inside folded neatly. I frowned slightly. Okay, I muttered. Someone was definitely here. I walked closer. My footsteps felt too loud. The carpet absorbed nothing. It echoed softly instead. Wrong for a hotel room. I touched the suitcase. Cold. Strangely cold. Not room temperature. Like it had been sitting in a different time. I opened it slightly more. Inside were clothes. A phone. A wallet. Everything looked personal. Real. Used. My eyes stopped on the phone. The screen lit up immediately. No button pressed. Just awake. A message appeared. No sender. Just text. Don't let the room complete itself. My hand jerked back instantly. The phone stayed lit for a second longer, then shut off. I stepped back. What does that even mean? I whispered. The room didn't answer. But something changed. The curtains stopped moving. The air tightened slightly. Like the room had noticed I understood something I shouldn't. I turned toward the desk. There was a notebook there. Open. Pages slightly curled. I walked over slowly. Every step felt heavier now. The notebook had handwriting inside. Neat. Careful. Not rushed. Like someone had time. Too much time. The first page read, Room log occupant stay record. My eyes narrowed. Occupant. Not guest. Not visitor. Occupant sounded permanent. I flipped the page. Another entry. Guest arrived at 2:13 a.m. Appeared confused but compliant. My stomach tightened slightly. Another page. Guest unpacked belongings. Showed no signs of leaving. My breathing slowed. Another page. Guest stopped referring to outside. I frowned. Stopped referring to outside. That didn't make sense. I flipped faster now. Pages continued. Same structure. Different names. Different entries. But all ending the same way. Then I saw something that made my body go cold. A list of belongings. Recovered items. Wallets. Phones. Notebooks. Keys. From different people. All labeled. And next to them, room 313. My fingers stopped turning pages. Because I recognized one name. Daniel Kessler. Then Mara Kessler. My throat tightened immediately. I stepped back from the desk. No, I whispered. No, this is not possible. But the notebook didn't care. It turned its own page. Slowly, a fresh entry appeared. New occupant OBSCRVED. My chest tightened. I looked around the room quickly. Nothing, but the air felt different now. Heavier, like I wasn't alone anymore. I stepped toward the door. Tried the handle. Locked. Of course. I pulled harder. Nothing. Then, a sound behind me. Soft. Fabric shifting. I turned instantly. The suitcase had moved. Not far. Just slightly closer to the bed edge. My breath caught. I didn't touch it. I swear I didn't. The phone on the bed lit up again. Same message. Don't let the room complete itself. My heart started beating faster. What completes it? I said out loud. The room didn't answer. But the notebook did. It flipped again. A new page. This one had fewer words. Just one line. You. My skin went cold instantly. I stepped back toward the wall. No, I'm not part of this, I said quickly. But even as I said it, the room looked slightly different. Subtle, but real. The bed was more neatly arranged. The suitcase slightly more closed. The desk more aligned. Like the room was correcting itself. Adapting. I realized something then. The room wasn't static. It was building. Completing. With every moment I stayed inside. A slow realization crawled up my spine. This wasn't a room someone had left. It was a room that was still in progress. And I was inside it. I rushed toward the door again. Pulled harder. Open, I said louder. Nothing. The handle felt colder now. Too cold. Like metal that hadn't been touched in years or seconds. Behind me, the notebook flipped again. Faster this time. Pages turning on their own. I didn't want to look. But I did. Because my body always makes the worst decisions when fear gets quiet. The new entry said, Occupant integration in progress. My breathing stopped for half a second. Integration. I turned slowly. The room wasn't the same anymore. The lighting had shifted slightly. Warmer. Softer. Like it was trying to be comfortable. Like it was learning how to host me. No, I said again, stepping back. I'm leaving, I'm not staying here. But the suitcase opened wider, without me touching it. Inside, something new appeared. Not clothes, not items. A set of keys. Room keys. Numbered 313. My eyes locked on them, and something inside me tightened. Because I didn't put those there. I didn't see them before, but now they were the most important thing in the room. The phone lit up again. Final message. All ROADs end here. Then it shut off completely. Silence filled the room. Not peaceful silence. Final silence. The kind that feels like something has finished deciding. The bed creaked slightly. Not from me. I stepped back slowly. The walls felt closer now. Not physically moving fast. Just adjusting over time. Like the room had realized I wasn't cooperating. The door behind me clicked. I turned instantly. It was still locked, but now there was a small window on it. I hadn't seen that before. I walked closer, looked through it. The hallway outside wasn't empty. It was filled with doors, all labeled 313. Every single one. Row after row. Endless repetition. My breath caught sharply. That's not possible, I whispered. But the room behind me responded instead. The bed shifted again. The suitcase closed slightly, like it was preparing for departure or arrival. I turned slowly back into the room and saw something that made my chest drop completely. There were now footprints on the carpet, fresh, leading from the door toward the bed. My bed. The notebook flipped one last time. Final page. One sentence. Occupant accepted. My hands started shaking. I backed toward the door again, but the handle wasn't there anymore. Just smooth wood. No exit. No lock. Just wall. The room had finished changing. Slowly. Completely. Behind me, the suitcase clicked shut on its own, and the phone lit up one last time. Not a message. Not text. Just a recording. A photo of me standing inside room 313, taken from somewhere I couldn't see. And beneath it, a timestamp, 2:13 a.m. I stared at it frozen, because I hadn't been here at 2:13. At least I didn't think I had. The room lights dimmed slightly, like it was settling, like it was finally satisfied with its design. And as I turned slowly toward the bed, I realized something I didn't want to accept. Room 313 didn't open itself for me to enter. It opened itself to recognize me. The book was already open when I touched it. That was the first thing that felt wrong. I didn't open it. I swear I didn't. But there it was, resting on the desk inside room 313 like it had been waiting for me to notice it all along. Thick, old, bound in dark leather that looked damp even though nothing in the room was wet. My fingers hovered above it, not touching, not yet, because something about it felt heavier than paper. Like it wasn't just a book. It was a record of something that still existed. Behind me, the room was quiet. Too quiet. Even room 313 had changed after I was accepted. The suitcase was gone now. The bed perfectly made again. The walls slightly warmer, like the room had settled into its final version of me. That thought made my stomach twist. Final version. I forced myself to look down at the book. The cover had no title, just a single symbol stamped into the leather. A vertical line crossed by many smaller lines. Like a tally. Like counting. My throat tightened slightly. I opened the first page and immediately wished I hadn't, because it wasn't a normal registry. It wasn't names in rows. It was something more organized. Too organized. The heading at the top said, Guest Registry, Black Hollow Hotel. Below it were columns. Name. Check-in time. Room assigned. Status. My eyes moved slowly across the page. The first few entries looked normal at first glance, but then I saw the status column. Every single one said the same thing. Staying. Not checked out. Not departed. Just staying. I flipped the page. Then another. Then another. The names kept going. Hundreds on each page. Thousands across sections. My breathing got heavier without me noticing, because I started recognizing patterns. Dates that didn't make sense. Times that repeated too often. People who were reported missing in different years, listed side by side like they arrived together. I stopped on one page. My fingers froze, because I saw a name I knew. Daniel Kessler. Same man from the case files. Same entry format. Check-in time, 2:13 a.m. Room 313. My eyes narrowed. A cold feeling spread through my chest. Then I saw the next name. Mara Kessler. Same time. Same room. Same status. Staying. I stepped back slightly. No, I whispered. This is not just records. The book didn't react, but the air in the room did. It felt heavier, like it was leaning closer to hear what I would say next. I flipped forward faster now. Pages blurred under my fingers. Names kept appearing. Some crossed out, some rewritten, some duplicated with slight variation, like the system couldn't decide who they were anymore. Then I saw something that made my breath stop completely. A section labeled, Current Reader Index. My heart skipped. I didn't want to look, but my eyes went there anyway. And there it was. My name. Not just my name. My full entry. Name redacted. Check-in in progress. Room 313. Status staying. My hands went cold instantly. No, I said again, stepping back. That's not possible. But the book didn't argue. It just turned another page on its own. Slow. Deliberate. Like it knew I would follow. The next page had fewer names. But the entries were different. More detailed. Like someone had been watching longer. Reading deeper. I leaned in despite myself and saw a note attached to one of the entries. Guest exhibit resistance during integration phase. Integration phase. That word again. It wasn't just a hotel anymore. It was a process. A system. Something that changed people instead of hosting them. My pulse started to rise. I flipped another page, then stopped, because the page wasn't filled with names. It was filled with instructions. Not for guests, for staff. My eyes scanned quickly. Rule 1, do not inform guests of completion. Rule 2, always assign room before awareness. Rule 3, maintain continuity of stay. My stomach tightened more with each line. This wasn't a registry. It was control. I turned the page again and froze because the next section had a different heading. Bold. Final. Failed DEPRTORES. My eyes narrowed. Below it were names again, but these ones were marked differently. Each had a status. ATTMPTED EXA. And then RETURNED. Or worse, RESSIGNED. My breathing slowed. I scanned the list. Some names repeated multiple times, like they had tried to leave more than once, each attempt ending the same way. They didn't escape. They were reassigned. My fingers trembled slightly as I turned another page. And then I saw something new. A diagram. A simple floor plan of the hotel. But wrong. The floors didn't match what I had seen. There were more levels than I remembered. Third, fourth, fifth, and something below them labeled only as Basement Archive Core. My eyes locked on that last line. Archive Core. That was where I was now. Somewhere inside the system that stored people. The book suddenly shifted in my hands. Not violently, just enough to feel intentional. A new page appeared. Blank at first. Then slowly, words formed on their own. As if the book was writing with me watching. The guest registry only records what the hotel keeps. I swallowed hard. The sentence wasn't comforting. It was defining. The book continued. Another line appeared beneath it. You are now part of what is kept. My chest tightened instantly. No, I whispered, I'm not staying here. The moment I said it, the room reacted. The lights flickered once. Just once, but enough to feel like acknowledgement. The registry turned another page on its own. Faster this time. Pages shifting like they were impatient now. New entries appeared, but they weren't names anymore. They were actions. OBSCRVING reader. Reader is aware. Reader is active. My breathing became uneven. I stepped back from the desk. The room felt smaller now. Or maybe I was finally noticing its real size. The registry slammed shut on its own. Not loud. Just final. A closing that felt like a decision. I stared at it for a second. Then the book reopened instantly. On its own. And this time, it wasn't showing names. It was showing me. Not a reflection. Not a picture. But a record. My entire path through the hotel. Elevator. Hallways. Room 313. Typewriter room. Every step I had taken was written there like it had already been logged before I lived it. My breath stopped. This isn't possible, I said again. But the registry didn't care about possibility. It cared about completion. Another line appeared at the bottom. Slow. Clear. Final entry required. My hands shook. What final entry? I whispered. The room answered without sound. The suitcase reappeared. On the bed again. Open. Inside was a single pen. Old. Black ink. Waiting. My stomach dropped. No, I said immediately, backing away. No, I'm not writing anything. The registry turned another page on its own. And what I saw made my body freeze completely. A blank entry form, with my name already printed at the top. Waiting for completion. Room 313. Status. Below it, a single empty line. For cause of stay. The pen rolled slowly across the bed, stopping right at the edge, as if it was inviting me. Not forcing, Just offering. The lights in the room dimmed slightly, like the hotel was pausing to watch, waiting for me to decide what I was becoming. The registry lay open on the desk, silent now, patient, and for the first time, I understood the real horror. This place didn't trap people. It recorded them until they agreed they belonged here. My fingers tightened into fists, and behind me, very softly, I heard the pages turning again. Even though I hadn't touched it, the registry was still writing, still updating, still waiting, and I realized something even worse. It was no longer just recording guests. It was learning how to keep them forever. The moment I saw my name, everything in the room went quiet. Not metaphorically, not emotionally, literally quiet. Even the air felt like it stopped moving for a second, like the hotel itself was waiting for me to understand what I was looking at. My fingers stayed frozen above the registry. I didn't turn the page. I didn't breathe properly, because there it was again. My name, written in the same careful handwriting as all the others. Same ink, same format, same calm, controlled certainty. Name redacted. I stared at it, trying to force my brain to reject it. "This is not real," I whispered. "This is not." But the page didn't change. It didn't fade. It didn't react. It just stayed there like it had always been there. Like I was the one who arrived late to something already decided. My hand slowly moved closer without permission. My fingers touched the edge of the page. Cold. Not paper cold. Something deeper. Like touching a memory that wasn't mine. Then I saw the second line. Check-in, COMPLTD. My breath stopped. No, that wasn't possible. I hadn't checked in. I had investigated. I had entered. But I had never. The thought broke halfway, because my mind suddenly flashed back. Elevator. The voice asking, going up. Room 313, opening on its own. The typewriter writing my presence before I entered. My chest tightened. "No," I said again, but it came out weaker this time. The registry turned the page itself. Slow. Deliberate. Like it was correcting my denial. The next section was already waiting. Room 313. My stomach dropped instantly. Of course it was 313. The same room that changed everything. The same room that accepted me without asking. My eyes moved down slowly. The final line made my skin go cold. Status staying. I stepped back from the desk immediately. The chair behind me scraped slightly on the floor. I didn't move it. The room was adjusting again. I could feel it. Not visually, not physically, but like pressure in the air was reorganizing itself around my reaction. "No," I said firmly this time. "I'm not staying here, I'm leaving." The moment I said it, the registry flipped again. Faster now. Aggressive. Pages turning like they were annoyed. New entries appeared under my name. Resistance DATSETD. My throat tightened. I backed toward the door. But there was no door anymore. Just wall. Smooth. Complete. Like it had never been an exit. My breathing started to get shallow. Okay, think," I whispered. "This is manipulation, this is psychological, this is." But then the registry made a sound. Not a page flip. A stamp. Heavy. Final. And a new line appeared under my entry. Full integration initiated. My heart stopped for half a second, then immediately sped up. "No," I said louder. "No, I refuse this." I rushed to the bed where the suitcase had been before. Empty now. Completely empty. But something was wrong. Because the bed wasn't empty in the way absence feels. It was empty like something had just finished leaving space for me. Like I was expected to fill it. Behind me, the registry spoke again. Not sound. Not voice. But meaning forming directly in my head. You have been observed long enough. My head jerked slightly. No, I whispered again. The air shifted. The room felt closer. Smaller. Like it was learning how to contain me properly. Then the desk lamp flickered once, and I saw something that made my body freeze. My reflection. Not in a mirror. In the registry page itself. My face. Sitting at the desk. Writing. Calm. Controlled. Like I had been doing this for a long time already. I stumbled backward instantly. That's not me, I said quickly. That's not me. But the image didn't change. It kept writing. Slowly. Carefully. Like I had accepted something I didn't remember agreeing to. The registry turned again. And now the handwriting shifted. Different tone. Different pressure. Like someone else was writing through it. Reader has REACHED acceptance phase. My hands shook. I didn't accept anything, I said. But even as I said it, I felt something inside me hesitate. A memory I couldn't fully access. Standing in the elevator. Hearing going up. And not refusing fast enough. My stomach tightened hard. No, I whispered. No, that's not consent. The registry didn't argue. It just continued. All reading LEADS 2 entry. The sentence hit differently. Not threatening. Not loud. Just absolute. Like gravity. Like something already proven. I stepped toward the wall again, pressing my hands against it. Cold. Solid. No cracks. No seams. Just surface. Let me out, I said quietly at first, then louder, let me out. The room didn't respond. But the registry did. It opened itself wider. And the pages started shifting faster. Now I saw new sections forming under my name. Not just status. Not just room. But history. Observation begun, typewriter room. Observation continued, room 313. Observation confirmed, registry room. My breathing became uneven. It was mapping me. Every moment I remembered was being rewritten as documentation. Then I saw something worse. A section labeled, next phase room assignment. My eyes locked onto it. And underneath, a new number slowly appeared. Not 313. Not anything I had seen before. Just 314. My stomach dropped. That's not even, I started. But I stopped. Because I understood. The rooms weren't locations. They were progression. Steps. Stages. The registry wasn't listing guests. It was moving them forward. The air in the room changed again. Warmer. Almost inviting. My mind screamed that it was wrong. But my body hesitated. Just for a second. And that hesitation was enough. The registry reacted immediately. Readiness confirmed. My heart pounded hard now. No, 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 I said quickly. I'm not ready for anything. But the room ignored me. The bed appeared again. Not placed. Not moved. Just existing where it wasn't before. Perfectly made. Like it had been waiting for me to lie down. My legs felt heavy suddenly. Not tired. just influenced. Like gravity was slightly different now. I forced myself backward. The wall behind me disappeared. For a second, just long enough to show something else. A hallway, endless, filled with doors, all labeled with numbers increasing upward. And further, like a system expanding without limit. Then the wall returned instantly, sealing it off, like it had shown me only to correct me. The registry turned again. Final page forming. Slow, heavy, and this time the message was simple. Only one sentence. You are now listed. My breathing stopped, because I finally understood what that meant. Listed wasn't a record. It wasn't documentation. It was ownership. The room didn't trap people. The registry didn't record them. It placed them. My hand slowly dropped from the wall. Not because I gave up, but because something inside me shifted. Like part of me had started reading the sentence differently. And that terrified me more than fear itself. The registry closed on its own. Soft, final, the sound of a book finishing a decision. Then silence. But it wasn't empty silence anymore. It was waiting silence. The bed creaked slightly behind me. Not inviting. Not threatening. Just present. Like it knew I would turn around eventually. And I did. Slowly. Because I had to. And as I looked at it, I realized the worst part wasn't that I was listed. It was that the registry had already started writing what came after. The sign was gone. Just gone. I swear it was there a second ago. The driver didn't even slow down when he dropped me off. He just pointed at the building and said, "That's your stop." Then he drove off like he didn't want to stay in this stretch of road for even one extra second. Now I was standing here alone. No village behind me. No highway noise ahead. Just darkness and this hotel. Or whatever it was. The building didn't even have a name. No signboard. No lights on the outside. Just a tall, old structure sitting in the middle of nowhere like it had grown out of the ground instead of being built. I checked my phone. No signal. Of course. I looked back at the road. Empty. No headlights. No sound. Like the world had decided this place doesn't need witnesses. A cold wind passed through. And that's when I noticed something strange. The hotel had windows, but no reflections in them. No movement. No life. Like the inside wasn't connected to the outside at all. Still, I had no choice. I needed shelter. The night was getting heavier by the second. So I walked forward. Each step on the gravel felt too loud. Too noticeable. Like something inside the building might hear me coming. The front door was already open. Not fully. Just slightly. Like it had been waiting for me to arrive at that exact moment. I hesitated. Okay, I whispered to myself. Just a hotel, old hotel, that's it. But my voice didn't feel confident. It felt like I was trying to convince the night more than myself. I pushed the door. It opened without resistance. And the first thing I noticed was the smell. Old wood, dust, and something faintly metallic underneath. Like coins left in water too long. Inside, the lobby was dim. A single light flickered above the reception desk. Not enough to fully see everything, but enough to feel watched. The desk was empty. No bell. No register. Just a wooden surface that looked worn down by years of silent conversations. I stepped closer. "Hello," I called softly. No answer. just a faint hum somewhere behind the walls. Then, a chair moved. I froze instantly. Slowly, a man appeared from the side corridor. Not rushed, not surprised, just present. He looked like he had been standing there the whole time, waiting for me to finally notice him. His uniform was old, too old, like it belonged to a hotel that stopped updating its staff decades ago. He didn't smile, didn't greet me, just looked at me for a long moment. Then he said quietly, "You're late." I blinked. "Late," I repeated. He nodded slowly, like it was obvious. Then he reached under the desk and pulled out a key. A single metal key. No tag, no number, just cold metal. He placed it on the counter. Room 12. I looked at it, then back at him. "I didn't book anything," I said. He didn't react, just pushed the key slightly forward. Like my explanation didn't matter. Like it never did. Something about that made my chest tighten. But I took the key anyway, because I was tired, and this place was the only shelter for miles. The man pointed toward a hallway behind me. No words, just direction. I turned slowly. The hallway was darker than the lobby. Long, too long, and something about it felt repetitive, like I had already seen it somewhere before, even though I knew I hadn't. As I walked, I noticed the carpet. It wasn't just old. It was worn in patterns, repeated patterns, like people had walked the same path over and over without ever changing direction. Room numbers lined the walls, but something was off. They weren't in order. 12, 14, 13, 12, 15. My steps slowed. I frowned. "That doesn't make sense," I muttered. I looked back. The lobby was gone. Just darkness behind me. No entrance. No exit. Only hallway. My heart gave a small, uncomfortable jump. "Okay," I whispered. "That's not normal." I continued forward anyway, because stopping felt worse. The doors on either side looked identical. Same wood, same scratches, same dull metal handles. But as I passed them, I started hearing something faint. Not voices, not talking, something softer, like breathing, from inside the rooms. I stopped near room 12. My room. The key felt heavier now. I slowly inserted it into the lock. It turned without resistance. Click. The door opened, and I stepped inside. The room was clean. Too clean. Like it wasn't used but prepared. A bed in the center. A small table. A lamp already on. Like someone knew I was coming. I frowned. "That's weird," I said quietly. I stepped further in. The door closed behind me. Not hard, just final. I turned instantly. Tried the handle. Locked. Of course. I exhaled slowly. "Okay, fine," I said under my breath. "Just one night." I dropped my bag near the bed. The moment it touched the floor, the lamp flickered. Once, then stayed steady. I paused, then shook my head. Old wiring, I told myself. But even I didn't believe that fully. I sat on the bed. It was soft, strangely soft, like it had been used recently. Too recently. I looked around the room again. That's when I noticed it. A small mirror on the wall. I hadn't seen it before. I stood up slowly, walked closer. My reflection appeared. Normal, tired face, Messy hair, dust from the road still on my jacket. But then something strange happened. My reflection blinked. Before I did, I froze. My breath caught. I stared harder. The reflection stared back, not moving, not reacting. Then it smiled, slowly, not naturally. My body went cold instantly. I stepped back. "No," I whispered. The mirror went normal again. My reflection matched me. Confused, tired, human. I swallowed hard. "This place is messing with my head," I said quietly. But deep down, I knew it wasn't just that. Because I heard something outside the room. Footsteps. Slow. Walking past my door. Then stopping. I held my breath. Silence. Then, a whisper. Very faint. From the hallway. "You checked in." My heart dropped. I didn't move. Didn't breathe. The voice continued. "But you didn't sign." I stepped back slowly. "What the hell is this place?" I whispered. The hallway lights flickered outside. Once, twice, then stayed dim. I slowly approached the door. Put my ear against it. Nothing. Then, a soft sound, like paper turning pages, from inside the walls. Not outside. Inside. My eyes widened slightly. "What?" I muttered. Then I noticed something under the door. A thin piece of paper, sliding in slowly. I crouched, picked it up. It was a guest form. Old. Stamped. At the top it said, "Name, Room 12. But the strange part, the line for name was already filled. My name. My full name. I froze completely. My fingers went cold. I looked at the paper again, then at the door, and for the first time since I arrived, I realized the hotel wasn't waiting for me to stay. It was waiting for me to confirm I already had. The bellhop was already in the hallway when I opened my door, just standing there, perfectly still, like he had been waiting on the exact moment I would look. My breath caught instantly, because I hadn't heard him approach. No footsteps, no movement, nothing, and yet there he was. Old uniform, clean, too clean for this place. His face was calm, almost gentle, but his eyes, they didn't blink. He looked at me for a long second. Then he bowed slightly. Slow, controlled, like I was the guest he had been assigned to serve for a very long time. I stepped back into my room a little. My hand tightened on the door. "Who are you?" I asked quietly. No answer. Of course. He just raised his hand slowly, pointing down the hallway. Not aggressive, not demanding, just certain, like my movement was already decided. I swallowed. "This is getting worse," I whispered to myself. I stepped out anyway, because staying in the room felt worse than following him. The bellhop turned instantly and began walking. Not fast, not slow, just steady. I followed at a cautious distance, and that's when I noticed something strange. His footsteps didn't make sound at all. The carpet swallowed them completely, like he wasn't really touching the ground. I frowned. "Okay, that's not normal," I muttered under my breath. He didn't react. We passed the same doors again. Room numbers still wrong. Still repeating. Still out of order. 1214, 1215. But now I noticed something new. Some doors had faint scratches near the handles, like people had tried to get out. Not in. Out. My chest tightened slightly. I looked at the bellhop again. He was still walking. Same pace. Same silence. And somehow, he felt like part of the hallway itself. Not a person inside it. Something belonging to it. We turned a corner, and I almost stopped, because the hallway ahead was longer than before. Longer than it should physically be. It stretched too far into darkness. I swear this wasn't here a minute ago, I whispered. The bellhop paused, just for a second, then continued walking. Like my confusion didn't matter. Like reality bending slightly was normal here. We passed a mirror on the wall. I caught my reflection, and for a split second, the bellhop was reflected behind me. But in the mirror, he wasn't walking. He was already standing at the end of the hallway, waiting. I turned instantly. Nothing. Empty hallway. Just me. My heartbeat spiked. What the hell? I said quietly. I looked back at the mirror again. Now he was normal. Walking again. Right in front of me. Like nothing had happened. I forced myself to keep moving. But now my instincts were screaming. This wasn't just a hotel. It was something layered. Something inconsistent. Something wrong with how space behaved. The bellhop stopped at a door. Room 18. He raised his hand and pointed, then stepped aside, like his job was done. I frowned. This isn't my room, I said. He didn't respond, just stood there, still, waiting. I looked at the door. It looked exactly like all the others, but something about it felt heavier, like pressure behind it. I reached for the handle, then hesitated. Why are you taking me here? I asked him. Silence. He didn't even blink. I sighed. Of course you don't talk. I opened the door. Inside was not what I expected. The room was occupied. A bed with folded clothes. A suitcase half open. A cup of tea still warm. Steam faintly rising. My stomach dropped. This isn't empty, I said. I stepped inside slowly. The bellhop followed behind me. No sound again. The room felt fresh. Too fresh. Like someone had just left seconds ago. I looked at the suitcase. My hand shook slightly as I opened it. Inside were personal items. Photos. A wallet. A passport. I picked it up slowly. The face on it wasn't mine, but something about it felt familiar. Like I had seen this person before, or like I was supposed to. Then I noticed something worse. The passport was stamped. Checked in, hotel unknown. No checkout. No date. Just entry. My throat tightened. Behind me, the bellhop moved. Slowly, he picked up the teacup and gently placed it back on the table, like correcting something, like maintaining order. I turned quickly. Stop doing that, I said. Tell me what's going on. Nothing. But now he was closer. Too close. I took a step back. This is not normal hospitality, I said, voice shaking slightly. People don't just disappear into rooms like this. The bellhop tilted his head slightly, like he was listening, or trying to understand a concept that didn't apply here. Then he raised his hand again, pointing deeper into the room. I followed his gesture. There was a mirror, covered slightly with dust. I didn't remember it being there before. I walked toward it slowly. My reflection appeared. Normal again. But behind me, the bellhop was reflected again in a different position. Not behind me. Inside the mirror. Standing still. Watching. I turned instantly. Empty room. I looked back at the mirror. He was gone from it too. My breathing got uneven. No, this isn't right, I whispered. The bellhop moved again. This time faster. He stepped toward the mirror and placed his hand on it. The surface rippled. Not like glass. Like water. I froze completely. What are you doing? I asked quietly. He didn't answer. The mirror began to darken. Slowly. Like ink spreading. Then letters formed on the surface. Not written. Appearing. Service continues. My heart dropped instantly. What does that mean? I said quickly. The bellhop stepped back. Then bowed again. Lower this time. Almost final. And then, he turned toward me. For the first time, he spoke, but not with a voice. The words came directly into my head. Clear, calm, unavoidable. You are being assassined. I stepped back immediately. No, I'm not staying here, I said quickly. I'm leaving. I didn't agree to anything. The bellhop tilted his head again. Like agreement and disagreement were irrelevant concepts. He raised his hand and pointed at my chest. I frowned. What? I asked. Then I felt it. A slight pressure. Inside me. Like something had been written without ink. My name again. Not on paper. Not in the registry. But in feeling. As if the hotel was slowly copying me into its system. I backed away from the mirror. This is insane, I whispered. This is completely insane. The bellhop moved again. Toward the door. Opening it without touching it. Like the room obeyed him more than physics did. Outside the hallway was different now. Longer again. Darker. And at the far end, more bellhops. Standing. Perfectly still. Waiting. My stomach dropped. How many of you are there? I whispered. The bellhop in front of me didn't respond. But all the others in the distance. They all bowed at the same time. Slow. Unified. My breath caught hard. Because I finally understood something I didn't want to understand. The bellhop wasn't guiding guests. He was confirming them. Assigning them. Placing them where the hotel needed them. I stepped back toward the room. Okay, no, I'm done, I said. I'm leaving this place right now. But when I turned, the room behind me was gone. Just wall. Smooth. Like it had never existed. My heart slammed in my chest. No, I whispered. The bellhop stepped closer. Calm. Patient. And for the first time, he didn't point. He just looked at me. Like the assignment was complete. And I was simply late to accept it. The hallway lights flickered once. And all the bellhops in the distance took one step forward. At the same time, the suitcase was already outside my room. I swear it wasn't there a second ago. Just sitting in the hallway like it had always belonged there. My breath slowed without permission. Because I didn't place it. I didn't request it. And I definitely didn't hear anyone bring it. The bellhop from earlier was gone. No sound. No movement. Just me and this single black suitcase under the flickering hallway light. I stared at it for a long moment. Something inside me whispered not to touch it. But curiosity is a stupid thing when you're trapped in a place that already ignores logic. I stepped closer. The suitcase had a tag. My name. Again. Same handwriting. Same calm certainty, like everything here was already decided before I arrived. My fingers hovered above the latch. Cold air passed through the hallway. Too cold, like the hotel had exhaled. I swallowed. "Okay," I whispered. "Let's just see what this is." The latch clicked open on its own. That alone should have made me step back. But I didn't. Inside was folded clothing, neatly arranged. Too neat. Like someone had taken their time, organizing a life that wasn't mine. I picked up the first shirt. It wasn't mine, but it felt familiar in a wrong way, like I had seen it on someone else before. I turned it over slowly, and something fell out. A photograph. I froze instantly, because it was a picture of a man I didn't know, standing outside a building. But the building, my stomach tightened. It was this hotel. Same entrance, same empty road, same dead night around it. I stared harder. The man in the photo looked tired, worn out, like he had been here too long. On the back of the photo, a single line was written. Room 17. My hand started to shake slightly. "That's not mine," I whispered. I reached deeper into the suitcase. More items. A wallet. Not mine. But inside the wallet, ID cards, credit cards, all belonging to different names, different faces, different lives. My breathing got heavier. "What is this place collecting?" I muttered. Then I saw something worse. A folded police report. My hands hesitated before opening it. The paper felt too real, too official, too out of place in a suitcase that shouldn't exist. I unfolded it slowly. The words made my chest tight immediately. Case file, missing person, hotel unknown. My eyes scanned down. There were multiple entries. Names, dates, locations, all last seen, checking into a hotel with no name. My throat went dry. "No," I whispered. But then I noticed something else. Each entry had one common line at the bottom. Luggage returned to guest room, contents unclaimed. My fingers froze on the paper. Returned to guest rooms. I looked back at the suitcase. It suddenly felt heavier, like it wasn't just holding objects. It was holding outcomes. Something shifted in the hallway behind me. I turned instantly. Nothing, just darkness stretching farther than it should. But then, a soft sound. Zipper movement. From the suitcase. I stepped back immediately. "No, no, no," I said quickly. "That didn't just move." But it did. The suitcase was opening itself further. Slowly, like something inside wanted air. I backed toward my room door. But it wasn't there. Just wall again. Same smooth surface. Same impossible disappearance. My heartbeat spiked hard. "Stop doing that," I shouted into the hallway. Silence answered. Then the suitcase shifted again. Something inside it moved. Not like an object, like weight adjusting. I swallowed hard, and against every instinct in my body, I looked inside again. This time deeper. There was another layer of items underneath the clothes. Dark fabric, folded carefully. I pulled it out slowly. A jacket, but not just any jacket. It had stains, old stains, dried into the fabric. My stomach twisted. I knew what that looked like, even if I didn't want to. I dropped it instantly. "What the hell?" I whispered. My hands shook now. The suitcase felt wrong, like it wasn't just carrying belongings. It was carrying evidence. Behind me, a faint sound echoed in the hallway. Footsteps. Slow. Approaching. I turned slightly. The bellhop was there again. But he wasn't alone this time. Behind him, more suitcases, lined along the hallway. Every single one identical. Every single one labeled. Not with numbers, but with names. My breath caught, because I recognized some of them. From the police report. The missing people. They weren't missing. They were packed. My legs felt weak for a second. No, I whispered, this is insane. The bellhop raised his hand slowly, pointing at my suitcase, then at me. Like the connection was obvious. Like I was late to understand my own assignment. I shook my head quickly. No, that's not mine, I said. I didn't take this, I didn't. But I stopped, because I suddenly remembered something. A moment I didn't want to remember. The lobby, the check-in, the registry, the signature line. My name, already there. My stomach dropped. No, I said again, weaker this time. The bellhop stepped closer. Slow, controlled. He didn't touch anything, but the suitcase lid closed slightly on its own. Like responding to him. Like obeying. I backed away. This isn't my life, I said. These aren't my things. The bellhop tilted his head slightly. And for the first time, I felt something from him. Not emotion, but confirmation. Like he was checking something invisible. Then he gestured again. Toward the suitcase. Then toward the hallway full of others. I followed his direction unwillingly. And that's when I noticed something horrifying. Some of the suitcases were open. And inside them were items still moving slightly. Phones with screens flickering. Clothes shifting. A bracelet rolling slowly like it had just been dropped. One suitcase even had a faint sound coming from it. Breathing. My throat tightened completely. What is this place doing? I whispered. The bellhop finally spoke again. Not aloud. In my mind. Clear. Calm. Unavoidable. Collection is standard procedure. My body went cold. Collection of what? I asked quickly. No answer. Just silence. But then, a suitcase near me opened slightly on its own. And I saw something that made my vision blur for a second. A passport. Mine. Not a copy. Not similar. Mine. I stepped back immediately. No, I said loudly. No, I have that. That's with me. That's. I checked my pocket instantly. Empty. My hands trembled. I looked back. The suitcase now had more of my items inside it. Things I was sure I still had moments ago. How? When? The bellhop moved closer again. And this time, he gently closed my suitcase. Final, like sealing something that didn't need approval anymore. I shook my head violently. I'm not part of this, I said. I'm not staying here. I'm not becoming one of. I stopped, because I finally saw the hallway clearly. All the suitcases, all the names, all the missing people. None of them were leaving, but none of them were fully gone either. They were here, just stored, waiting. The bellhop stepped back slightly and pointed once more, not at the suitcase, at me. My stomach dropped completely. The meaning hit slowly, heavy, unavoidable. I wasn't carrying luggage. I was becoming one. And as I stood there in that endless hallway, The zipper of my suitcase moved again. From the inside, the elevator buttons were different at night. I noticed it the moment I stepped inside. During the day, there were only 6 floors. Simple, normal. But now, there were 7. A faint, dim 7, glowing like it had been scratched into existence. I stared at it longer than I should have, because I knew something was wrong. The hotel didn't just feel different at night. It became different, like it was updating itself when no one was looking. The bellhop wasn't here this time. No silent guide. No polite direction. Just me and the elevator that felt slightly too cold to be real. My finger hovered over the button. I should have left. I should have gone back to the lobby. But the problem was, the lobby wasn't the same anymore either. Nothing here stayed consistent. So I pressed 7. The elevator responded instantly. Too instantly. Like it had been waiting for that exact choice. The doors closed without hesitation. No delay. No mechanical sound. Just silence sealing me inside. As the elevator moved, I felt something shift. Not physically, but like pressure in the air changed. Like the building was realizing where I had chosen to go. The display above the doors flickered. 1, 2, 3. Then it stopped. My stomach tightened slightly. The numbers didn't continue. They just froze. I frowned. "Come on," I muttered quietly. The elevator kept moving, but the screen stayed stuck on 3, like it had lost track of where we were. Then the lights flickered once, and the elevator slowed. Not stopping, not braking, just hesitating, like something above didn't fully exist yet. My breathing became shallow. "What is happening?" I whispered. Then suddenly, the elevator dropped slightly. Not enough to fall, just enough to remind me I wasn't in control. My hand shot to the wall instantly. "Okay, no," I said quickly. "No, no, no." The elevator steadied again, but now the silence was heavier, like the machine itself was holding its breath. And then, a faint sound, not from the elevator, from above. Footsteps, walking slowly, directly overhead. I looked up instinctively. Nothing there, just metal ceiling. But the footsteps continued, slow, measured, like someone packing above the elevator car. My throat tightened. "There is no 7th floor," I whispered to myself. "There is no 7th floor." But even as I said it, the elevator display flickered again, and the number changed. 7. My heart dropped instantly. The doors opened, and what I saw made my brain hesitate before fear even formed. Because it wasn't a floor, not in any normal sense. It looked like a hallway that had been copied wrong. The walls were too long, the ceiling too high, and the lights they didn't match. Some were bright, some flickering, some completely dead. Like the floor couldn't decide how it was supposed to exist. I stepped out slowly. My shoes touched carpet, but it felt different, softer, almost damp, like it had absorbed too many footsteps. The elevator doors closed behind me immediately. Too fast, like it didn't want to stay here. I turned quickly. No, hey, I reached for it. But it was already gone. Just wall now. Solid, unmoving. My chest tightened. "Of course," I muttered. I looked forward. The hallway stretched endlessly. But something was wrong with perspective. The farther I looked, the less stable it became. Like distance wasn't fully defined here. I took a cautious step forward. The moment my foot touched the ground, a faint sound echoed behind me. A bell, soft, distant, like a reception bell being tapped once. I turned instantly. Nothing, just empty hallway behind me. But I knew that sound. I had heard it before. In the lobby, at check-in. My stomach tightened slightly. This place is repeating itself, I whispered. I started walking. Slowly, carefully. The hallway doors were numbered, but not in order. Some repeated, some skipped, some didn't make sense at all. 7A, 7B, 7A again. I frowned. Okay, this is just architectural glitching, I told myself. Old building, bad design, that's all. But I didn't believe it. Because the deeper I went, the more I felt watched. Not like eyes, but like presence. Something trying to confirm I was where I was supposed to be. I passed a mirror on the wall. My reflection appeared. Normal, tired, confused. But then something behind me shifted in the reflection. I turned instantly. Nothing there. I looked back at the mirror. My reflection was still staring. But now it wasn't confused. It was waiting. Like it knew something I didn't. My heartbeat sped up. Stop it, I muttered. I kept walking. Faster now. The hallway seemed longer with each step. Not physically changing, but emotionally stretching. Like the further I went, the more time refused to behave properly. Then I saw it. A door. Plain. No number. Just slightly open. I stopped, because it was the only door on the entire floor that looked real. I approached slowly. The air near it was colder, sharper. I placed my hand on the handle. It was warm. That alone made me hesitate. I pushed it open. Inside was a room, but not a guest room. It looked like a control space. Old monitors flickering, files stacked everywhere, and a desk in the center. On the desk, blueprints for the hotel. My breath caught. I stepped inside. Carefully, the door closed behind me without touch. I turned quickly. Locked again. Of course it is, I whispered. I looked at the blueprints, and my stomach sank, because there were 7 floors drawn. Not 6. Not hidden. Not secret. Just part of the structure. But the weirdest part, floor 7 wasn't aligned like the others. It didn't sit above floor 6. It looped sideways, like it didn't belong in vertical space. I frowned. That's impossible, I whispered. Then I saw notes written beside it. Handwritten, faded, but readable. Floor 7 only EXISTS when OBSERVED after midnight. My stomach dropped slightly. I checked my watch. 2:13 a.m. My fingers went cold. I hadn't even noticed the time shift. Like the building had been adjusting it without me realizing. Behind me, a soft sound. Paper turning. I turned slowly. No one there. But the blueprints had changed. New markings appeared, like someone was drawing while I was standing there. A path from floor 7, downward to where I was standing. My breath stopped. No, I whispered. The lines ended at a single point, marked in red. You are here. My chest tightened. This is not normal, I said quietly. Then the monitors flickered behind me. All at once, every screen, and they showed the same thing. Me, standing in the room, from different angles, different moments, like the building had been recording me since I entered. I stepped back instantly. "What are you doing?" I said louder now. The screens flickered again, and a new message appeared. Observation complete. My heartbeat slammed hard. Then the room lights dimmed. Slowly, not breaking, just adjusting, like the building had finished identifying me, and now knew exactly where I fit. I backed toward the door. It opened before I touched it. That alone made my stomach twist, because it wasn't locked anymore. It was welcoming. I stepped out quickly, back into the hallway, but something was different now. The hallway wasn't empty. There were doors open now, all of them, and inside each one, lights were on, rooms occupied, shadows moving, people, guests, but none of them looked at me. They just existed, like they were part of the floor, like they had been here longer than memory. I froze. "This wasn't here before," I whispered. Then I heard it. The elevator bell again. Behind me. Slow. Single ring. I turned. The elevator doors were open. Waiting. And above it, the number 7 flickered once more, like it was reminding me I hadn't really left it. My legs felt heavy, because I finally understood something I didn't want to understand. Floor 7 didn't just appear at night. It appeared for the people the hotel had already decided would stay long enough to see it. And as the elevator stayed open behind me, I realized I was no longer visiting the 7th floor. I was being measured for it. I saw him standing at the end of the hallway again. Same posture, same stillness, same blank, polite face. But this time, I knew what he was. And that made everything worse. Because the bellhop wasn't just part of this place. He was part of its history, its memory, its punishment. And now he was watching me like I was about to become part of it too. My throat felt dry as I stepped back into the corridor. The carpet was darker here, almost wet looking under the dim lights. The hotel had been quiet for the last hour, but it wasn't peaceful. It was waiting. That was the feeling I couldn't shake. Waiting for me to do something wrong. The bellhop didn't move. He never rushed, never spoke. Just that small, perfect smile and the crisp uniform that looked too clean for a place like this. I should have left hours ago. But the exit wasn't where I left it. I turned once, twice, and the hallway changed every time I looked back. Doors shifting, numbers rearranging. And always somewhere in the distance, that soft bell sound. Ding. Not loud, not sharp. Just enough to remind me I was still inside. Still here. Still not allowed out. I pressed my hand against one of the doors. Room 214. My name was still scratched faintly into the brass plate below it. But when I opened it earlier, it wasn't my room anymore. It was something else. Something that felt like it had already been lived in by someone who never left. I pulled my hand back fast, like the door might grab me. That's when I saw the bellhop again. Closer now. Standing at the junction of two corridors. He tilted his head slightly, like he was checking if I was ready to follow. My stomach tightened, because I understood something I didn't want to understand. He wasn't chasing me. He was guiding me, and I didn't know where. The hallway lights flickered. Just once. When they came back, the bellhop was gone. My heart jumped hard. I turned quickly, scanning every direction. Nothing. Only silence. Too clean, too controlled. That's when I heard it again. Ding. Behind me. I spun. He was there. Right behind me this time. Close enough that I could see details I wish I hadn't noticed. His gloves were slightly worn at the fingertips. His badge had no name. Just a number that kept changing every time I tried to focus on it. I stepped back instinctively. "Who are you?" I whispered. My voice felt stupid in the empty air. He didn't answer. Of course he didn't. Instead, he slowly raised his hand and pointed down the corridor. I followed his gesture without thinking. And I froze. Because the hallway wasn't a hallway anymore. It was longer. Much longer. Like it had stretched while I wasn't looking. Doors repeating in patterns that made my head feel wrong. Same numbers, same scratches, same faded wallpaper. Like the hotel had copied itself. Again and again. My breath got heavier. I turned back toward him. "Stop doing this," I said louder this time. But he only tilted his head again. Patient. Like I was the one who didn't understand the rules. And maybe I didn't. Maybe that was the point. He stepped forward. Not fast. Never fast. Just one slow step. Then another. Each step made the bell sound faintly somewhere above us. Ding. Ding. Not from him. From the building itself. I backed away without thinking, my shoes sliding slightly on the carpet. And that's when I saw it. A key in his hand. Old brass, dark edges, number engraved into it. Room 313. My chest tightened. That number again. Always that number. He held it out toward me. Not forcing. Not threatening. Just offering. Like it was the most normal thing in the world. I didn't take it. I couldn't. Because I remembered something I had tried to ignore. Room 313 was not on any map. Not on any floor plan I had seen. Not even in the hotel registry I had found earlier. And yet, everyone who vanished here was somehow connected to it. The bellhop lowered the key slightly when I didn't move. For a moment, I thought he would give up. But instead, he did something worse. He pointed at me. Slowly. Clearly. Like he was confirming something. My skin went cold. "No," I whispered. "No, I'm not staying here." But even as I said it, I felt it. That subtle shift in the air. Like the building had already decided. The bellhop turned and began walking. Not away from me. Forward. Expecting me to follow. My legs didn't move at first. Every instinct screamed at me to run in the opposite direction. But the opposite direction didn't feel like escape anymore. It felt like looping back. I swallowed hard and followed him. Because I needed answers. Or maybe because I had already stopped believing I had a choice. The corridor grew quieter the further we went. The lights dimmed in sections, like the hotel was powering down behind us. Doors became fewer, but the ones that remained felt heavier. Like they were watching. Then I noticed something strange. My footsteps weren't echoing anymore. Only his were. Soft. Controlled. Perfectly measured. Like I didn't exist behind him. We reached an elevator. Old metal, slightly dented. The doors were already open. As if it had been waiting for us. The bellhop stepped inside first. I hesitated. My reflection in the metal doors looked wrong. Tired, pale, slightly delayed like it wasn't syncing properly. I stepped in anyway. The moment I did, the doors closed. Too fast. Too final. The elevator started moving downward. At least, I think it was downward. The indicator panel showed floors I didn't recognize, then symbols instead of numbers. My stomach dropped. "What is this place?" I finally asked. My voice cracked halfway through. The bellhop didn't look at me, but for the first time, I saw something change in his expression. Not emotion, recognition, like he was remembering something. Or someone. The elevator slowed, stopped. The doors opened, and I felt my entire body go still. Because we weren't in a basement. We weren't even in the hotel anymore. We were in a version of it. Rotting, empty, but still alive in some way that made no sense. The wallpaper peeled slowly like it was breathing. The lights buzzed faintly, flickering in patterns that almost looked like signals. And in front of us was a reception desk, covered in dust, covered in names scratched into the wood. Thousands of them. The bellhop stepped out first. I followed slowly, my legs barely listening to me now. And that's when I saw it. Behind the desk, a mirror, or something like one. But instead of my reflection, I saw him, the bellhop, except he wasn't wearing the uniform anymore. He was wearing normal clothes, older, worn out, scared. And he was running down these same halls, panic in his eyes, a key in his hand. Room 313. My breath stopped because I realized what I was watching. It wasn't a reflection. It was a recording, a memory, his memory. The bellhop knew the man slammed into doors in the vision, searching, trying every exit, every stairwell, every corridor that kept rearranging itself. And every time he turned, the hotel changed behind him, like it was alive, like it was learning him. Then I saw it. He reached the same elevator, stepped inside, just like I did, and the doors closed on him, and never opened again. The vision cut. Silence returned. I stumbled back, my mind refusing to accept it. "No," I whispered, "that's not possible." But the bellhop was standing right beside me again, watching me, calm, patient, waiting. And for the first time, I saw sadness in him, deep, old, permanent. He raised his hand slowly and pointed at my chest. I looked down. There was no blood, no wound, but something was there. A faint mark, like ink, like writing under my skin. I couldn't read it yet, but I knew what it was becoming. A name, my name. The bellhop lowered his hand, and gently, for the first time, he placed the room 313 key into my palm. My fingers closed around it without permission. The metal was warm, too warm, and as I looked up at him again, I finally understood. He wasn't guiding me out. He was guiding me in, because he had once stood exactly where I was standing. And now, he was still here, still working, still trapped, still the bellhop. My throat tightened as I tried to step back, but the hallway behind me was already gone. Just a wall now, smooth, silent, final. No exit, no return, only him, and the key, and the soft sound of a bell somewhere far above us. Ding, ding, and for the first time, it sounded like it was calling my name. The police tape was still there, yellow, faded, hanging from the broken glass doors like the building had been forgotten mid-investigation. But no one talked about this place. No news reports, no records, nothing online. It was like the crime scene never officially happened. That's what pulled me in. My camera was already rolling when I stepped through the entrance. I didn't even tell myself to start recording. It just felt necessary. Like if I didn't capture this, I might not be able to prove I was ever here. The lobby smelled wrong. Not just old, not just abandoned. It smelled paused. Like the air had stopped moving years ago and never restarted. My footsteps echoed too clearly across the marble floor. Every step sounded like it was hitting something deeper than stone. Like I was walking inside a hollow memory. There were reception desks ahead, broken monitors, a bell still sitting upright like someone might return to use it. But no one had. Not for a long time. And yet, the strangest thing wasn't the decay. It was the order. Nothing looked looted. Nothing looked vandalized. It looked left behind carefully. Like people had stood up mid-conversation and simply never came back. I lowered my camera slightly. Okay, I whispered to myself, this is not normal. My voice sounded too loud, too alive. I walked closer to the reception desk. There was a logbook still open on it. The pages were flat, clean, no dust. That alone made my stomach tighten. I reached for it slowly, and then I saw the handwriting. Neat, structured, recent looking. Check-in entries. Hundreds of them. All dated the same way. No checkout times. Only arrival times. And the names, they didn't feel random. Some were crossed out. Some weren't. But every single one had a small symbol next to it. A circle with a line through it. Like a completed cycle. Or a closed account. I swallowed hard. My fingers hovered over the page. And that's when I noticed something worse. Some of the entries were still wet. Ink fresh enough to smudge. I pulled my hand back instantly. No way, I muttered. My camera caught every movement. I didn't realize I was shaking until the lens wobbled slightly. I forced myself to breathe. Then I heard it. A soft metallic sound from deeper inside the hotel. Not loud. Not sharp. Just a distant clink. Like a key tapping against a counter. I froze. The lobby suddenly felt bigger than before. Or maybe I was just noticing how deep it went. The hallways stretched too far into darkness. Too clean for abandonment. Too structured for ruin. I turned slowly toward the corridor. Nothing visible. But the sound came again. Clink. Clink. My grip tightened around the camera. Hello, I called out. Silence answered me. Not empty silence. Intentional silence. Like something was waiting for me to speak again. I shouldn't have gone further. But I did. The hallway lights flickered once as I entered. Just once. Enough to make me question if I saw movement at the edge of the frame. I stopped recording for a second. Checked the screen. The footage was fine. But something was wrong with the reflection in the glass panel beside me. My reflection was slightly delayed. Just half a second behind. I blinked hard. Looked again. Normal. I exhaled slowly. Okay, it's just stress, I told myself. You're imagining things. But even as I said it, I didn't believe it. The corridor led to an elevator. Old, brass-lined, clean enough to look maintained. Which made no sense. I pressed the button. Nothing. Then, without warning, the doors opened anyway. My stomach dropped. No sound of machinery. No warning chime. Just open. Inside, the elevator was already lit. Already waiting. And there was a small bellhop cart inside. Neatly arranged. As if someone had just stepped out for a moment. I hesitated. The camera zoomed slightly as my hand shook. I shouldn't have stepped in, but I did. The moment I entered, the doors closed behind me. Slowly, deliberately, not automatic, intentional. I pressed the open button immediately. Nothing. I pressed again. Still nothing. Then I noticed something on the elevator panel. There were buttons for floors, but they weren't numbered normally. Instead, they were labeled lobby, records, service, unknown, and one without label. The last one was scratched out, deeply scratched, like someone didn't want it to exist. My throat tightened. The elevator began moving before I selected anything. Down, but the display didn't change. It stayed on lobby, as if I was not going anywhere at all, just being taken. I looked at the bellhop cart beside me. There was a clipboard on it. I didn't want to touch it, but my hand moved anyway. On the top page, there was a list of guests. Names again. Hundreds, maybe thousands. And beside each name a status. ARRIVD. Still inside. Not RET or NED. The last category made my skin go cold, because most of them were marked not RET or NED. I flipped the page, and my breath stopped completely. A section titled, Current Observer. Only one entry. Blank line. Waiting, as if expecting something to be written. The elevator slowed, then stopped. The doors opened, and I almost dropped the camera, because the hallway outside wasn't the hotel anymore. It was the same hotel, but older, damaged in ways that didn't match time. Walls cracked like they had been stressed from the inside, lights buzzing weakly, and faint red stains on the carpet that looked too organized to be accidents. I stepped out slowly. My shoes barely made sound. The air felt heavier here, like pressure was building behind my eyes. I walked forward. The hallway bent slightly as I moved. Not physically, perceptually, like the hotel was adjusting itself around my attention. That's when I saw it. Police tape again. Fresh. Too fresh. Blocking a door marked, Restricted scene, do not enter. My heart pounded harder, because the tape wasn't old like downstairs. This looked recent, like someone had just left it, or never really left it at all. I ducked under it carefully. My camera lens caught a flicker of movement behind me. I spun instantly. Nothing there, but the tape was swaying slightly, like someone had just passed through it. I moved faster now. The corridor led to a large double door, partially open, light spilling out from inside. Warm, impossible, because everything else in this place felt dead. I pushed the door open slowly, and froze. The room inside looked like a command center. Monitors lined the walls, security footage looping endlessly, but not of outside cameras, of inside the hotel. Every room, every hallway, every elevator, and every feed showed the same thing. Me, walking, entering, watching, recording, from different angles I had never been aware of. I stumbled back slightly. No, this is not real. But then one monitor changed. It zoomed in, on my face, and a cursor appeared on the screen. Typing, slowly, one word at a time. Observed. My breath stopped. Another monitor lit up. Another word. Waiting. Then another. You are not first. My camera shook violently now. I tried to step back, but the door behind me had closed. Silently, locked. I turned around fast, pushed it. Nothing. That's when I heard it. Behind me, a soft, familiar sound. Clink, clink. The same sound from the lobby. I slowly turned and saw the bellhop cart again. Except now, it wasn't empty. There was someone standing behind it. Perfect posture, neatly pressed uniform, polite smile, and eyes that looked tired in a way that didn't belong to living people. He didn't move, just looked at me, like he had been expecting me to arrive for a very long time. And on the clipboard in his hand, I saw a single line already written. My name, already checked in. No arrival time. Only status, ARRIVED. The dust wasn't supposed to be fresh. That was the first thing I noticed. Because dust doesn't lie. It builds slowly, quietly, over time. But here it looked layered, like something underneath had been protected on purpose. I crouched down in the hallway, my camera tilted toward the floor. The hotel corridor stretched endlessly in both directions. Same wallpaper, same broken light buzzing above me, same silence that felt too intentional. But the floor was wrong. A thin layer of gray dust covered everything, except in patches that looked disturbed, like footsteps had passed through recently. But not just footsteps. Dragging. I zoomed in. My stomach tightened instantly, because under the dust there were stains. Dark ones. Old, dried patterns that didn't belong under something so untouched. Like the dust had been placed after the fact. Not over time, but over intention. I whispered without realizing it. No, that can't be right. My voice sounded swallowed by the hallway. I moved forward slowly, following the marks. Each step I took made the air feel heavier, like I was disturbing something that didn't want to be seen. The stains led to a door. Room 204. The number plate was clean. Too clean. Like someone had wiped it recently. My hand hesitated before touching the handle. I didn't want to open it, but something inside me already knew what was behind it. And that feeling was worse than curiosity. It was recognition. I pushed the door. It opened without resistance. The room was silent, but not empty. The first thing I saw was the bed. Neatly made. Fresh sheets. Too fresh. Like it belonged in a hotel that was still functioning. But everything else in the room told a different story. The curtains were torn slightly at the edges. The mirror had a faint crack running through it like a vein. And on the floor, more dust. Except here it was different. It wasn't evenly spread. It was disturbed in a shape. A pattern. Like someone had stood in the center of the room for a long time. Then collapsed. I stepped inside carefully. My camera lens adjusted automatically, zooming in on the floor without me even touching it. That's when I saw it clearly. A handprint. Under the dust. Pressed into something darker beneath. My throat tightened, because the dust didn't fully cover it. It had settled around it, like it refused to erase it completely. I knelt down slowly. My fingers hovered above the floor. And then I saw something worse. Under the handprint, there were more. Not one, not two, many, all layered, different sizes, different directions, like multiple people had tried to push themselves up from the same spot, or been pulled down into it. I pulled my hand back fast. My heart was already racing, but now it felt uneven, like it couldn't find a rhythm. Okay, this is not normal, I muttered. But I was still recording, still documenting, because I couldn't stop. Not now. Not when I was this deep. I moved toward the bathroom. The door creaked slightly before I even touched it, like it already knew I was coming. Inside, the mirror was fogged, but the fog wasn't from humidity. It looked artificial, like someone had spread it deliberately. I wiped a small section with my sleeve and immediately regretted it, because there was writing, not scratched, not carved, written in something dark, faded but still visible. It said, "Do not clean what is buried." I stepped back instantly. My breathing got shallow. I didn't remember moving, but I was already outside the bathroom again. The hallway felt closer now, like the walls had shifted slightly inward. I turned back toward the room. That's when I noticed something new. The dust on the floor had changed, subtly, but enough for me to feel it in my stomach before my mind caught up. The handprints were clearer now, like the dust had shifted away from them, as if something was revealing them slowly. I backed out of the room. Fast. The door didn't close behind me. It stayed open, waiting. I walked down the hallway again, forcing myself not to run, because running felt like acknowledgement, and I wasn't ready to acknowledge anything yet. That's when I heard it, a soft scraping sound. Behind me. I turned quickly. Nothing, just the corridor. But the dust on the floor was disturbed again. Fresh lines, like something had just passed through. I swallowed hard and kept walking. The next door was already open slightly. Room 207. I didn't choose it. It felt like it chose me. Inside, the air smelled different. Metallic, sickly sweet. The bed here wasn't made. The sheets were ripped, and there was something on them. A stain. Not old, not faded. Fresh. My camera zoomed in automatically again. I didn't touch it. I didn't want to, but I already knew what it was. Blood. Not splattered, not chaotic, controlled, contained, like it had happened in a moment where everything was still organized. I stepped closer anyway, because I couldn't stop myself. That was the worst part, the control I was losing without noticing. On the wall beside the bed, there were scratches, deep ones, fingernails. I could see the direction. Upward, desperate, trying to climb or escape. My throat tightened. I looked down again at the floor. Dust, but thinner here. And under it, more stains. Layered, older, newer, like different moments had happened in the same exact space, but not at the same time. My head started to feel light. Stop, I whispered to myself. Just stop thinking. But thinking wasn't the problem. Seeing was. I turned toward the door and froze, because there were footprints now, leading into the room. Fresh. My footprints. But I hadn't stepped there yet. I looked down at my shoes. Clean. Dry. Then back at the floor. The footprints were still there, moving toward me, not away. I stepped back instinctively. The prints matched my movement perfectly, like the room was predicting me, or remembering me before I acted. My chest tightened. No, I muttered. I backed out fast, into the hallway, and the moment I did, The footprints stopped, like they only existed inside. I slammed the door without thinking. The sound echoed too loudly, too final. I stood there for a moment, breathing hard, trying to convince myself I was overreacting. Trying, failing. Then I noticed something on the floor outside. A thin layer of dust shifting slightly. Not from air, from movement underneath. I froze and watched. The dust formed a line, slowly, like something was crawling beneath it. I stepped back immediately. My camera caught it clearly. The line stopped, then split into two, like whatever was under there was deciding directions. I turned away fast, too fast, and nearly collided with something behind me. I stopped just in time. My breath caught, because it wasn't a wall. It was a person, standing perfectly still. Hotel staff uniform, clean, unwrinkled, looking directly at me. Expression neutral, but eyes too aware. He didn't speak, didn't move, just stood there like he had always been there. Watching, waiting, and behind him, the dust on the floor was already settling again, covering something I couldn't see. Or maybe something I wasn't supposed to see anymore. He slowly raised one hand, pointing down the corridor. Not urgently, not threatening, just indicating. Like before, like the bellhop I had seen in other parts of this place. Except now I understood something new. Every time I followed someone here, I ended up somewhere worse. And yet, I was already moving, because the dust on the floor behind me had started shifting again. And this time, it wasn't stopping. The screen flickered before I even pressed play. For a second I thought the tape was empty, just gray static breathing like something alive. Then I saw him. A man standing in a hotel corridor, still, perfectly still, like he was waiting for someone who was already late. But the strange thing wasn't him. It was the way he kept looking slightly off to his left, smiling at nothing. I leaned closer to the monitor. The room I was in didn't feel like a security office anymore. It felt smaller, heavier, like the walls had moved closer while I wasn't paying attention. The file name on the tape was simple. Cam 07/Lobby Hall/02, 13 a.m. But I knew this hotel didn't officially have functioning cameras. At least that's what the staff log said. So why was I watching this? And more importantly, who had recorded it? The man on the screen suddenly waved. Not at the camera, at something beside him. Something I couldn't see. I paused the tape instantly. Silence hit the room so hard I could hear my own breathing change. I checked the timestamp again. 02:13 a.m. That was last night. My stomach tightened, because I had been in this hotel last night, and I didn't remember seeing any cameras. I hit play again. The man was still waving, his smile wider now, too wide, like his face didn't understand human limits. Then slowly he stepped aside. And that's when I saw it. A shadow, not behind him, next to him, moving in a shape that didn't match anything in the corridor. It wasn't fully formed, just a suggestion of presence, like the idea of a person rather than a person itself. And the man, he was talking to it. I couldn't hear audio, but I could see his lips clearly. He was answering questions, nodding, listening, then laughing, like it was normal, like sharing a hallway with something invisible was just another late-night hotel activity. My hand moved to the keyboard without thinking. I zoomed in frame by frame, The shadow shifted. Not smoothly. Not like a human or even an animal. It jittered, like reality couldn't decide where to place it. And then just for one frame, it turned toward the camera. Or at least, something inside it did. My screen glitched. A line of static cut across the video. And the man stopped smiling. Not slowly. Instantly. Like someone had pulled the emotion out of him. He looked straight at the camera now. Right at me. And mouthed something. 3 words. I replayed it again and again until my throat went dry. You are next. I shut the video. My chair scraped backward without me meaning to move. The room felt wrong now, too quiet, too aware. I told myself it was editing, a prank, maybe corrupted footage. But then the second tape auto-loaded. I didn't click it. It just started. This time it was a woman in a hotel room. Room number 313. The same room I had passed yesterday without noticing it twice. She was packing a bag. Slowly, carefully, like she had all the time in the world. Then she stopped. Her head tilted slightly, and she looked under the bed. She smiled. Not a normal smile. The kind you give when you recognize something that should not exist. She reached under the bed, pulled out nothing, but still held something in her hands. Invisible weight. She hugged it close like it mattered, like it was alive. I felt my chest tighten, because I realized something that made no sense. She was reacting to something I couldn't see. Just like the man, just like the shadow. I leaned back slowly. My skin felt cold now. The tape continued. The woman sat on the bed and started talking to the empty air. But this time I caught something clearer, because the audio wasn't broken. It was layered. There was her voice, and another voice underneath it. Deeper, older, like it was speaking through the recording itself instead of the room. I turned the volume up. My ears regretted it immediately. The second voice was whispering instructions. Not to her. About her. Like she was being guided. Or edited. She nodded as if she understood. Then she stood up, walked to the mirror and placed her hand on the glass. And the mirror responded. It rippled. Like water. I froze. That shouldn't be possible. But the footage didn't care what should or shouldn't be possible. The woman leaned closer to the mirror, and the reflection didn't match her movement. It stayed still, watching her, then smiling. I felt my stomach drop, because now I knew what I was really watching. This wasn't security footage. It was observation. Something was watching them. Through the cameras, through the mirrors, through the hotel itself. The woman suddenly turned her head toward the camera again, like she sensed me, and she whispered one word. Don't. The screen went black. For a moment, I thought it was over. I even exhaled, but then the system auto-switched again. Third tape. Different corridor. Empty at first. Then footsteps. Slow, measured. Not human rhythm. Too even. Too patient. A bellhop entered frame. Same uniform I had seen in the lobby yesterday. Same blank expression. He stopped in the middle of the hallway and looked directly at the camera. This time I didn't move. Didn't breathe. Because I recognized him. Not his face. His presence. The way he stood too perfectly still between motion and intention. He raised his hand, pointed at the camera, then at himself, then at me. My throat went dry, because somehow I knew what he was saying without sound. I am still here. The footage cut to static, but the static didn't end. It started forming shapes. Faces, rooms, people, all of them looking back, all of them aware. I slammed the laptop shut. Too late. The screen stayed on even after closing. That was impossible. I opened it again slowly. The footage was gone, but the folder had multiplied. Dozens of new files, all created while I was watching, all labeled with names. Names I recognized, names of missing guests, names from the registry I had found earlier. And then one file appeared at the top. Fresh, created seconds ago. It had my name. I didn't touch the mouse. I didn't move. But the file opened anyway. The camera view was different this time. It wasn't a hallway. It was my room. Right now, from above, I could see myself sitting in the chair, frozen, watching the screen. And behind me, something else was standing, just outside the frame of my vision, close enough that I could feel the air change around me. The footage zoomed in slowly. My digital self didn't move, but the thing behind me did. It bent closer, like it was reading over my shoulder. And the worst part, I realized it wasn't the first time. It had been here the entire time I was watching the tapes, just learning how I react, studying me, like I was the next recording. The screen flickered again, and this time text appeared over the footage. Not typed, formed, like the screen itself was thinking. You are part of the archive now. My hands finally moved. I tried pulling the power cable. Nothing changed. Tried shutting it down. It ignored me. The footage on screen shifted again, now showing the hotel registry. Pages flipping by themselves. Names glowing as they passed. Then slowing down. Stopping. On mine. But there was something beneath it. A second line. Already filled. Checked in earlier than arrival. My breath stopped, because that meant I was already here before I arrived, before I even knew about this place. The camera view zoomed back out. My digital self finally turned its head, slowly, deliberately, toward the camera, toward me, and smiled. Not my smile. Something using it. The screen went dark, but I didn't feel relief, because behind me, something finally moved closer. I didn't turn around. Not yet, because part of me already knew what I would see, and part of me wasn't sure I was ready to become it. The room lights flickered once, and in that split second of darkness, I heard typing. Somewhere close. Too close. Like a typewriter restarting after a long silence. And I understood something I shouldn't have. The hotel wasn't just recording guests. It was writing them. And I had just been given my first line. The elevator doors didn't open to a floor. They opened to darkness. Not the normal kind of darkness either. This one felt layered, like it had depth. Like if I stepped inside, I wouldn't just walk into a space, I'd fall into it. My finger hovered over the close door button. But it was already too late. The elevator started moving down. Slow at first, smooth, normal. Then the numbers on the panel began to change. 12, 11, 10. I kept staring at them, waiting for it to stop where it should. But it didn't. At 1, it didn't slow down. It just kept going. Past 0. The screen blinked. then showed something it should never show. My throat tightened. Hotels don't have negative floors. But the elevator didn't care what hotels are supposed to have. It kept going. A soft vibration ran through the walls, not mechanical, more like the building itself was breathing differently now. I pressed the emergency stop. Nothing happened. I pressed it again, harder this time. Still nothing. The only sound was the cable above me stretching through, something it wasn't designed to reach. Like the elevator wasn't going down in space anymore. It was going down somewhere else. The lights flickered once, and in that flicker, I saw something in the mirror panel. Not my reflection. Something standing behind me. I spun around instantly. Empty. Of course it was empty. But my reflection didn't turn as fast as I did. It lagged behind. For half a second, it stayed still. Then it caught up, smiling slightly. I backed into the corner. My breathing got louder. Too loud for such a small space. -4. The elevator jolted. Not up or down. Sideways. My stomach dropped like I had missed a step in reality itself. And then I heard it. A sound outside the elevator. Soft footsteps. Walking alongside it. Matching its speed. Perfectly. I leaned closer to the doors, trying to listen. But the metal was too thick. Still, the footsteps didn't stop. They stayed right there, walking with me, like something was escorting me deeper. -5. The display flickered again. The numbers stopped changing for a moment. Then one word appeared instead. Staff level. My mouth went dry. There is no staff level in this hotel. At least, not in any document I had seen. The elevator slowed. Not stopping. Just hesitating. Like it was deciding whether I was allowed to continue. Then it kept going. -6. The lights died completely. Darkness swallowed the elevator whole. But I wasn't alone in it, because I could still hear breathing. Not mine. Something was inside the elevator with me now, close enough that I could feel air shift near my shoulder. I didn't move. If I moved, I felt like it would move too. A soft metallic click echoed behind me, like a key turning in a lock that didn't exist. The elevator stopped, but the doors didn't open. Instead, they separated slowly, not sliding apart like normal doors. More like reality itself was being peeled open. A thin line of light seeped in. Red. Warm. Wrong. I stepped back without thinking. But the elevator didn't give me space anymore. It felt smaller now, like the walls had moved closer during the descent. The opening widened, and I saw it. A hallway. Long, narrow, perfectly clean. Too clean. Like it had never been used, but had been waiting for something to use it. And at the end of it, a desk. A reception desk. But not like the one upstairs. This one was older, heavier, covered in names carved into the wood like scratches from something desperate. I didn't step out, but something behind me gently pushed. Not violently, just enough to make me understand I was no longer being asked. I was being directed. I stumbled into the hallway. The moment my foot left the elevator, the doors closed behind me. No sound, no warning, just silence sealing itself shut. I turned back immediately. The elevator was gone. Only a wall remained, smooth, fresh, like nothing had ever been there. My chest tightened. I was standing somewhere that officially did not exist, and yet it felt more real than the world above. A soft voice came from the reception desk. Calm, polite, almost comforting. Welcome back. My body froze. I hadn't moved toward the desk. But the voice spoke again. Closer now. Your stay was interrupted upstairs. I swallowed hard. My voice barely worked. I've never been here before. A pause. Then a soft sound, like paper turning. You have, the voice said gently. You just didn't remember it. The lights above flickered. And for a second, I saw movement behind the desk. Not a person fully. Not yet. Just the suggestion of one. Writing something slowly. Methodically. Like it had been doing it for a very long time without stopping. I took one step back. The hallway stretched longer behind me. That shouldn't have been possible. It wasn't just long. It was growing. Like the building was reacting to my hesitation. The voice spoke again. Please proceed to confirmation. My hands clenched. Confirmation of what? Silence. Then the sound of a stamp hitting paper. Once, twice, 3 times, each echo louder than the last. Then, a file slid across the desk, gliding toward me without anyone touching it. It stopped exactly at my feet. My name was written on it. Not printed. Written. By hand. But the handwriting wasn't mine. Still, it looked familiar. Too familiar. Like something I had seen inside my own thoughts, but never on paper. I didn't want to pick it up. But my hand moved anyway. Not fully in control. The moment I touched it, the hallway lights dimmed slightly. Like the building had acknowledged a decision. Inside the file was a single page. A checklist. 3 boxes already ticked. Arrival. Awareness. Recognition. The 4th box was empty. Waiting. Below it was a line of text. Final step, accept floor assignment. My stomach dropped. Floor assignment. I was already below floors. Already somewhere not on any map. The voice softened again. Almost sympathetic. You cannot return until assignment is complete. I shook my head slowly. I didn't agree to any of this. A pause. Then something that sounded like a quiet sigh. You did, the voice said. You just forgot after checking in. My fingers trembled. Because I suddenly remembered something I didn't want to remember. The lobby. The desk. The signature I thought was just a guest register. But now I wasn't so sure what I had actually signed. The hallway behind me grew darker. The exit I came from was no longer visible. Just endless corridor now, stretching in both directions. No elevator. No stairs. No way back. The desk voice spoke one final time. Please proceed forward. Your floor is ready. And then I heard it. Behind the desk, a chair sliding back. Slowly, like someone was finally standing up after a very long time of waiting. I didn't want to see it, but I did anyway. A figure stepped into the faint light. Dressed like staff. Perfect posture. Perfect uniform. Face almost human. Almost, but not enough. Because its eyes didn't blink. They just watched me like I was the next line in a document. And in that moment, I understood something that made my skin go cold. The elevator hadn't taken me down. It had delivered me. And whatever was managing this place had finally received my file. The figure tilted its head slightly and spoke directly to me for the first time. Floor assignment begins now. The hallway lights went out completely. And in that darkness, I heard the sound of another elevator arriving. The door wasn't on the map. I know that sounds impossible, but I stood there staring at it for a full minute, trying to convince myself it was just another service room. Except it wasn't marked. No number, no label, just a plain black door at the end of a hallway that didn't exist 10 minutes ago. And from the other side, I could hear breathing. Slow, controlled, like someone waiting for me to decide whether I was brave enough to enter. I didn't want to open it, but the building already knew I would. The handle turned on its own. No resistance. No luck. Just acceptance. The moment I stepped inside, the smell hit me first. Old paper, ink, and something metallic underneath it. Like rust mixed with memory. The room was small. Too small for what it was supposed to contain. A desk sat in the center, facing a wall lined with old tape recorders. Dozens of them. All running. All quietly humming like they were still being used. I swallowed hard, because I realized something instantly. This wasn't an office. It was a listening room. And everything inside it had been heard for a very long time. A voice came from nowhere. Calm, male controlled. Close the door behind you. I froze. There was no one visible in the room. Still, my hand moved. Not because I wanted it to, but because something about the voice made refusal feel impossible. The door clicked shut, and the sound echoed too long, like it didn't belong to this space. The voice spoke again. "You are early." My throat tightened. I didn't know I was supposed to be here at all. A pause, then a faint shuffle of paper. That is what all of them say at first. My eyes moved slowly across the room. The tape recorders were labeled. Not with dates, with names. Hundreds of names. Some crossed out. Some rewritten. Some repeating like corrections that never satisfied whoever wrote them. My chest tightened, because I recognized a few of them. People from missing reports. Cases I had read before coming here. Cases that were supposed to be unsolved. But this room, it was treating them like they were already resolved. The voice continued. "Do you know why confessions are recorded here?" I didn't answer, because I didn't trust my voice anymore. "They were never reported outside," it said softly. "No police files, no newspapers, no witnesses willing to speak." A pause, then a quieter tone. Only the hotel listened. My stomach dropped. Hotel. This wasn't just maintenance anymore. This was something else entirely. I stepped closer to the desk. On it lay a single microphone. Old, wired, still slightly glowing red at the base. Like it was already active. I didn't touch it, but I felt it listening anyway. The voice spoke again. "Sit." The chair behind me scraped slightly. Not by me. I turned instantly. Empty. But the chair was now closer than it was before. I didn't want to sit, but my legs moved anyway. Slowly, like they had already agreed before I did. The moment I sat down, the tapes around me stopped humming. All at once, silence dropped into the room so heavily it felt physical. Then, one tape started playing. A woman's voice filled the room. Shaky. Afraid. I didn't tell anyone because I thought it would stop on its own. My breath caught. The recording sounded too close. Like it wasn't coming from the machine, but from inside the room itself. The voice continued, but it kept knocking every night at 3:13. I froze. 3:13. Room number. That number again. The sound of knocking echoed faintly in my memory now. Not from the tape, from somewhere deeper in the building. I swallowed hard. The recording shifted. The woman was crying now. I told the receptionist. I told him, but he just smiled and gave me another key. My fingers clenched, because I suddenly remembered something I didn't want to. The receptionist. That calm face behind the desk. The way he smiled when I checked in. Like he already knew how long I would stay. The tape continued. And after that, the room changed. A soft static crackled. Then a second voice layered in. Deeper. Not human. Confession accepted. My body went cold. The lights in the room dimmed slightly. Just slightly. Like the building had just nodded. The manager's voice returned. You see now. I forced myself to speak. See what? A pause. Longer this time. Like it was choosing the right way to explain something inevitable. Every fear that enters this hotel is recorded, it said. Every silence that follows it is stored. My eyes drifted to the walls again. The tapes weren't random. They were organized, chronological, systematic, like a library of suffering. I stood up slowly. I want to leave. The voice didn't react immediately. Then softly, you already did. My chest tightened. What does that mean? A soft click echoed behind me. A tape rewound on its own. Fast, too fast, then stopped, and played something new. My own voice. I heard myself speaking, but I had never said these words before. I checked in last night. My legs nearly gave out. The recording continued. I agreed to the stay. I signed the register. I shook my head quickly. No, I didn't. But the tape didn't care. It kept going. I was shown my room. My breathing got shallow. I was told everything here is temporary. A pause in the recording. Then the final line. But I stayed anyway. The tape stopped. Silence returned. Heavier now. Almost respectful. The manager's voice spoke again. Do you remember now? I backed away from the desk. No, that's not mine. A soft sound of paper flipping. It is not about memory, the voice said gently. It is about entry. The room suddenly felt smaller. The walls closer. The tapes louder in their silence. And then I noticed something I hadn't before. One of the tapes was labeled with today's date. It had just started recording. My name was already written on it. I stepped back instinctively. The microphone light turned green. Even though I hadn't touched it. The voice spoke one last time. Confession rooms are not for truth. A pause. They are for completion. The tape clicked. And suddenly, my own voice filled the room again. But this time, it wasn't repeating the past. It was recording the present. Right now, every breath I took was being written into sound. Every heartbeat captured as evidence. I turned toward the door, but it was gone. Just a wall now. Smooth, perfect, like there had never been an exit at all. Behind me, the manager's voice softened. Please continue. My throat went dry. Continue what? A faint smile in the voice. The confession. The tapes all started running at once. Every single one. All voices overlapping. All stories merging. All confessions becoming one endless sound. And in the middle of it, I realized something worse. They weren't recording victims. They were preparing replacements. The microphone light blinked again. Red now, waiting, and I understood the real reason this room existed. It wasn't to hear what happened. It was to decide what happens next. The chair behind me moved slightly closer, and the voice whispered, almost kindly, "Start when you are ready." But I was already speaking, even before I realized I had begun. It started again the same way it always does. Quiet, too quiet, like the world is holding its breath right before something remembers you. My phone lit up at 3:13 a.m. No notification sound, no vibration, just light. A hotel booking confirmation. My fingers went cold before I even read the name. Check-in successful, Grand Vale Hotel. My stomach dropped. That hotel was supposed to be gone. Closed, erased, officially sealed after the investigation. That's what the police said. That's what the report said. That's what I wrote in my final article. So why was it still booking me a room? I stared at the screen, waiting for it to disappear, like it was a glitch. It didn't. Instead, a second message appeared. "Welcome back, guest." My throat tightened. I hadn't booked anything. I hadn't even searched for hotels in weeks. Not since everything happened there, since I barely made it out. And yet there it was again, like it had never let me leave. I sat up in bed, heart beating too loud in the silence of my apartment. Outside, the city was normal, cars, distant horns, life pretending nothing was wrong. But my screen wasn't normal. It showed a room number. Room 313. My hands froze. That room didn't exist in the official records. It never did. I remember that clearly. I checked every floor plan back then. There was no 313. But the hotel always knew things it shouldn't. I tried closing the app. It wouldn't close. The screen dimmed instead, and something loaded on its own. A map. Not digital, not modern. It looked scanned, old, like someone had drawn it by hand and forced it into my phone. And on that map, the hotel was there again, standing where it was never supposed to stand. My breathing turned shallow, because I recognized something worse. A red dot was already blinking on the map. Inside the building. On me. I dropped the phone onto the bed like it burned me. For a few seconds I just sat there, listening to my own breathing, trying to convince myself it was some kind of malware, a hacker, a leftover app I never deleted. But I already knew the truth. It wasn't technology. It was recognition. The hotel wasn't gone. It was just waiting. And somehow it still had my name. I forced myself to stand, walked to the kitchen, turned on the light, then turned on another, like brightness could push it away. My phone buzzed again on the bed. Once, then again. I didn't want to look, but I did. Another message. Elevator ready for arrival. My chest tightened, because I hadn't touched an elevator in days. I hadn't even left my building. Unless, a cold thought crawled into my mind. Unless it didn't need me to physically go there anymore. Unless it could bring the place to me. The memory hit without warning. The last night at the hotel. The flickering hallway lights. The bellhop standing too still. The way the building felt like it was breathing under my feet. And that final moment when I ran, when I thought I escaped. I remember the elevator doors closing behind me. But I never checked what was inside it. My phone buzzed again. This time, a short video loaded on its own. Low resolution, black edges, security camera angle. Elevator interior. Empty. Then the doors opened, and I saw myself inside. Standing, not moving, just staring forward like I was waiting for something to arrive. But I knew I wasn't there. At least I shouldn't have been. The timestamp on the video made my vision blur. It was live. My knees weakened. I backed away from the bed, shaking my head, trying to break the logic of it. "No," I whispered. "No, this is not real." But the video didn't care. In it, the elevator doors began to close again. And just before they shut, something stood behind me. Tall, still, watching. The video cut out. Silence filled my apartment again, but it felt different now. Heavier, like the air had changed its mind about me. I turned slowly. Nothing. Just my empty room. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone anymore. My phone lit up again. One final message. "You have two minutes before arrival." My mouth went dry. Arrival, not departure. I grabbed the phone, tried to force it off, tried everything. Nothing worked. The screen stayed bright, steady, calm, like it knew I was the one panicking, not it. Then something strange happened. My floor shifted. Not physically, not visibly. But I felt it. Like a pressure change under my feet. Like the building had suddenly gained weight. I froze. A soft sound came from my hallway. An elevator ding. My heart stopped. I didn't have an elevator inside my apartment. But the sound came again. Closer this time. My breath shook as I stepped toward the door. Every instinct told me not to look. But I did anyway. Through the peephole. The hallway was empty, except for the elevator doors at the far end. Slowly opening. Light spilling out. Warm, familiar, wrong. And inside it, I saw luggage. Dozens of suitcases stacked neatly. Some open, some still dripping something dark into the carpet. I stumbled back from the door, swallowing panic. This wasn't possible. It wasn't connected to my floor. It wasn't even supposed to exist in this building. But the elevator dinged again, and a soft voice came through my door. Not loud, not threatening, just polite, waiting, like it had been trained to serve guests. My hands shook as I stepped closer again. Through the peephole, the bellhop stood outside the elevator now. Still silent, still smiling faintly. He raised one hand and pressed the button to my floor. My stomach twisted because I realized something I didn't want to understand. He wasn't coming up. He was already here. The hallway lights flickered. Once, twice, and when they stabilized, the elevator doors were gone. In their place stood a wooden reception desk. Old, dusty, familiar. Like the hotel had replaced my building's hallway with itself. And on that desk, a register book lay open. Fresh ink, fresh pages, waiting. My name was already written on the top line, but the line below it was still empty. Just one space left. My breath broke as I stepped backward into my apartment. But the door behind me was no longer my apartment door. It was a hotel door, number 313, and it was slightly open. From inside, I heard typing. Slow, deliberate. A typewriter. The same sound I thought I'd escaped. The same rhythm I had sworn never to hear again. I should have run, but my feet wouldn't move. The door opened wider on its own, and I saw it. A room preserved perfectly, like time had been frozen inside it. Bed made, lights on, and in the center, a desk with a typewriter still moving, typing names, one by one. Names I recognized. Missing people, victims, guests who never checked out. And then, the typewriter stopped, just for a moment. The carriage shifted. New paper loaded. And slowly, it began typing mine. I don't remember stepping inside, but I remember the door closing behind me, and the bellhop standing outside it, still smiling, still waiting, because the hotel wasn't closed. It was never closed. It was just between guests. And now, it had me again.